good folks at NBN and DreamNet, our subscribers can reinvent their very existence, microtransacting their way to a better tomorrow. Your freedom, your choice, your digital life.
We are back. Welcome back to the Netrunner EMEA 2026, sponsored by Null Signal. It is great to be back. I am Extract.
I'm Cobalt.
And it is lovely to have you here with us. We have had 4 rounds?
4 rounds so far, I
believe. 4
believe.
rounds, and it has been a busy one. We've had lots of fun games. There are 150 players, give or take, here.
Something along those lines, yeah.
Yeah, and it has been a wild ride so far. We've got so we've done four rounds so far. Let me see if I can just load up Cobra, which should be working now. Lovely. We've had 4 rounds so far. We've got another 5 today.
Yeah, and then 2 more tomorrow for those hopefuls who are hoping to make the top cut, or who just really love playing Netrunner.
Very exciting times. So we looking at the standings now on the page. So we have a couple of alcos at the top, which is surprising given the number of obs that are present. Because as you can see on the stats screen, if it decides to load up, there we go. 45% Wayland, of which 31% is ob. So that is a lot of ob and less alco coming in at 17.3. However, top 2 are currently occupied by Davs and Ollie with alco and Mercury, who are they both EA Sports?
I believe Davs is, although I'm not too familiar on the current team compositions. I certainly agree with you that I would have expected. I mean, we have ob up there in the rankings, but I wonder if these alcos aren't preying on some of the criminals that we're also seeing up there.
This is true. This is true, because criminal is pretty well placed back to ob, because they can aggro onto ob and force them to defend centrals when they don't really want to. But they're obviously a bit weaker to alco that requires, you need money, you need it now, and you need to be able to trash all these assets without any kind of contention.
Yes, you need to trash our boy over and over again.
Exactly. So let us. We are just setting up for the next round, which will be appearing on stream in a few minutes. So what else have we got? We got going on in our stats at the minute. So once you get past Alco Mercury, Ob, and Vic, it starts breaking out a bit. We've got some PD down here. We've got a bit more Alco. We've got Bang Gun in the top 8 at the minute.
Yeah, I don't know if a rogue pick can be popular, but among the rogue picks, it seems to be gaining more prominence.
I mean, I'm always going to support Bang Gun as the spiritual successor to my beloved Argus.
Absolutely.
Which I've always been a fan of. We've got Swabble going in at 12th at the minute with Reality Plus. Obviously, the recent unban allowed Reality Plus to unleash itself back onto the scene. It was originally banned because it was far too strong.
Yes.
It's still very strong, but a lot of the support pieces are gone.
It's certainly making less of a splash than in its heyday. It was a very spicy unban, if you like. Certainly I found myself surprised. But no, it's not made its mark. And it could be that this is the event to do it. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think I was quite surprised to see R Plus unbanned, given how resoundingly it was banned in the first place. It was very much a case of we're not doing this anymore. We keep designing around this ID, and it's still really really good. So we're gonna ban it and get it out of the pool, and then it came back into the pool. I was expecting an Ob ban, but that didn't happen. So now we are in a world where we have both Ob and R Plus.
Absolutely, and the certainly the controversial Sviatogor unban, we're still in that ban list as well.
Yes.
I think I'd be surprised to see how that turns out following the most recent batch of results we're receiving, but that's another matter.
Well, we shall see. We shall see. So continuing down we've got some Nubans, we've got some more some PDs, another Reality Plus. Essa doing pretty well on these mid tables here, coming in, which as a bit of a not particularly rogue pick, but a little off meta.
I believe traditionally Essa likes to prey on Ob, or certainly disrupts Ob's strategy enough that he converts wins fairly often. So I'm surprised to see in a field full of Ob that the Essas are taking at the mid tables.
Definitely. And then we start getting a bit of set and Seb further down. Yeah. So what I'm seeing here at the top, aside from if we just ignore these top few here. It's a good variety. We've got some Shapers, we've got some Criminals, we've got some Anox, we've got some Wayland, we've got some HB, we've got some Jinteki. Like the board, despite the fact that our stats are pretty skewed towards Wayland and Jinteki, we're actually seeing a pretty good spread and difference of corp at the top, and a nice difference of runner as well, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, certainly the pie charts here are showing the wedges. But outside of those, we've certainly got a nice even split. On the previous game, we in fact saw Poetry doing its thing.
That's exciting.
And we had some Magdalene as well, although unfortunately their deck didn't quite work as was hoped. Stream curse strikes again.
It was, if I remember correctly, it was a big max deck.
Yes.
So and unlike the big max decks of the previous year, you don't quite have the same setup where you're drawing or drawing a ton of cards every turn anyway, and they're all worth about 3 credits each. Whereas mags is really, especially if they are a knick-knack deck, they're really looking for some specific cards that they can't necessarily tutor, as I understand it.
Yes, well, unless you want to play Meeting of Minds.
Oh god, that is a card.
It does technically tutor.
I definitely remember what it does. Hold on, let me use our magical feature to bring up Meeting of the Minds.
That's a deck or a card rather, that I'm just waiting for someone to do something with.
This is meeting at the minds. Choose a connection or virtual resource. You may search your deck for one resource of the subtype and receive it. Add that card to your group reveal chosen and gain 1 credit for each card the card revealed this day. Interesting. So you could get knick-knack like that.
It's also 3 influence and costs 4.
You really want knick-knack at that point.
Hostage. This is not.
Yeah, so I don't think that's gonna be the way to go for it. Right, so interesting comp on the standings at the minute, and there is still everything to play for. We've got 5 more rounds today. Let's have a look and see. We are still waiting on our tables coming up, but we will get to that as soon as possible. Any other thoughts about the meta and the tournament?
Who's your favourite to win? In terms of ID rather than player.
Oh.
Although you can put your chip on a player if you like.
Oh, I mean that would be a strong pick. I mean, I don't want to I don't want to take sides on people. We love all the players here equally. We want them all to have a good chance to win. So I'm going to remain unbiased on that front. In terms of factions that I'd like to win, I really like egg. I know people have a problem with the egg. The fact that it just does lots of net and damage, and it forces you to interact with it early. But it reminds me of the old CTM decks. I know. I'm an old head player. Yeah. I refer everything to the previous before turns. But I like egg. I think it's an interesting idea.
I mean, it's high tempo. It certainly makes a statement. Sometimes that statement is of agony and frustration for the runner, but that's what Jinteki does. They're mega corporations. You're not supposed to like them.
Absolutely, it's completely thematic, completely on brand. So we like that. How about you? What's your corp of choice?
Oh, I mean, I was inspired by that poetry. I wouldn't mind to see that win. But in the rankings earlier, there was an editorial division player making their way up, and I would love to see that do well.
Excellent. Right, we are starting to get to the table, so let me just swap us over to the match, and I will fix us some names if I can get that. So we have Palm Tree on the left, playing Reality Plus. Ooh, exciting!
We were just discussing that, in fact.
Yeah. So we'll just add him in, coming in as MBN, and on the right hand side we have Unmech.
Oh, I think it might be Reality Plus on the right.
No worries. And pronouns are he, him. So we have do we have so it's palm tree on the right
Palm tree on the right, I think.
Palm tree on the right. Yes, you are correct, because the corp goes on the right, and Unmech on the left. MBN versus Vic, by the looks of it.
How cruel! They're also making the talent do the tech.
I know.
Where's our stream operator? Where's my green room?
Right, so we want to sort of set that up. That goes there, and that goes there. That goes there. Points are there. Chat goes there.
I mean, I say that we are in a green room.
We are in a green room. We're in a lovely, very Victorian-esque green room, and I think we are just setting up. So we're just waiting for the starting buzzer. It's just gone through 3 o'clock. So I believe we are in a position to start. It is exciting times. We haven't seen a Vic today. We haven't seen an R Plus today. So these are 2 fresh decks for the stream today. I do like Vic. I think they're a good fundamentals runner. And into R Plus, it could be an interesting one, because Vic's text, of course, reads once per turn you may click, spend 1 credit to remove attack, so it's a cheap tag removal, and it draws your cards. So you're maintaining tempo while you're doing it. So that should be an interesting one into R Plus. There's almost certainly going to be playing those oppos. That's almost certainly going to be trying to tag you on an ongoing basis, because that's how R Plus makes its money, gets its draw. One bit of tech that I have seen in R Plus since it got unbanned is it's seeing a certain amount of the Bad Pub and Tag asset, whose name escapes me.
Nilo Agent.
Nilo Agent. Thank you so much. So that I believe was designed primarily for EdTech, to go fetch your grey ops, and your black ops and stuff like that. But you can use it in your R Plus as either a supercharged pad campaign that gets you money, or you can use it for draw, which talking to a few players yesterday is kind of the main tech you use it to draw to, because the tag comes in at the end of your turn, so you don't have to discard. You then effectively have a hand size of 7, and you've got the draw going. So these are all good things.
And if you have a digital life, then that can be excellent as well.
That's just excellent. That's just extra cash. I hadn't even thought of that. That's excellent.
I do think that this matchup goes both ways, because on the one hand, Vippy does have the ability to strip those tags for free, or for less, for a click and a card. But so that removes a lot of the incidental tempo that Reality Plus deals out, but also those transfers of wealth soften a lot against Reality Plus.
Okay, the game has started. So we have ice on HQ, new remote with ice, and an asset in there, or an agenda. Could be an agenda. So everything to play for. Runner probably doesn't want to pressure too much, because NBN ice tends to be quite painful to face check. You've got your pings, you've got your virtual service agents, which if that fires is a huge setback for the runner. So runner's probably going to have to play quite conservatively. Oppo is also effectively free for R plus, because if the runner's made a run and trashed or stolen, they can just play that out for free. They're spending 2, they get the 2 back instantly. So the runner's opening up with a sure goal. Good play. We'll need that money. And then, we're pressuring the remote. This is probably a ping if I was betting. And
there it is.
It is a ping. Ping being free, and lose 2, going to, and the runner is now tagged. But on the plus side, that does diffuse it for later. Playing it now when the court can't necessarily do a lot with that tag is nice. So we will see what goes on from there.
Yeah, certainly I'm interested to see out of this Reality Plus. We've certainly seen in years gone by the fighter archetype, if you like, of trying to play a very scrappy game, drag the runner into the dirt and keep them there while you also have no credits, or if we're going to see a slightly different strategy. This is someone after my own heart here, including my personal favourite spicy pick of humanoid resources in the hand there.
I mean, it's just good tempo.
Yeah, because I think, Rashida's gone. Here's my new Rashida.
Is that a retribution? I think I see a retribution in hand.
Yes, retribution. We've got a humanoid resources. I think that could be either a seamless launch or a nano management.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting deck.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, because I was playing something similar to this when I was experimenting a little with Standard, and this is, I think, really trying to emulate those old fighter type decks of, I'm going to have no credits, you're going to have no credits, but I keep giving you tags, and that's better for me.
Okay. So that's a tranquility in grid res remote, which the runner obviously wants to deal with, because that's just free money every turn. So the court building a bit less of a typically. So typically R plus has gone horizontal, lots of assets before. This time they seem to be going a bit more single remote. Vic's got their dream net down. You know, Vic's in business when that happens, because that's just a free credit and a free draw for the first round of every turn. That is lovely to see.
Absolutely key card for them.
Apologies, we can't get a timer on the stream at the minute, but we'll see what we can do and see if we can get something like that set up for next time. So out comes the humanoid resources 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
And that's just draw, money, installs, all the good stuff. We like these.
Although notably it does not sort of an anti-synergy with your digital life, which a lot of these decks like to play.
Yes, because you have to install before you can play the operation. So we see a crypto crash in hand, and I think I do see a Hello Agent in there as well. So this is an interesting one. Humanoid resource is a very interesting card, because it locks you into a particular pattern for your turn, but it's such a good pattern. So we see an install on the remote. Getting some money. Can't res it. So Icing Archives. Okay, so that's presumably to stop pinhole threading coming in and spoiling the fun.
Well, equally, there's now also nowhere safe to just poke for that DreamNet. So if you can turn that into a 3-credit brick of an install,
exactly,
then...
exactly, and that kind of reinforces the theory that it's that this corp is kind of playing a bit PD style, single remote, just trying to rush out behind cheap and the run ice, and then just score very quickly with stuff like artificial crypto crash to set the runner back, which would be devastating at the minute.
I mean, if you squint, it's basically like Off-World Office.
Yeah, I mean, 7 credits are changing hands.
Yeah, you know,
just not in a way that's positive for the call.
And I heard that Sludge Coin was such a safe investment.
Right. Okay, we've got a bit of talk going on, bit of a judge call going on. So
some sort of intense question. I appreciate the on-theme sleeves from our Vic player here.
Oh yeah, and call back to a classic card of old inside job featuring, I want to say, Boris.
Yeah, Boris Cypher Kovac, I believe.
Yes, inside job, a very classic older one. I actually have those sleeves. Those were actually the sleeves I bought a similar set when I went to my first tournament, where I lost literally every single game except one. Because the corp chronically misplayed when they had by having 7 points of agendas right on the top of their deck on turn 2. It was not an earned win, but I'm counting it anyway.
So it looks like there is a spin doctrine emote there, so I wonder if the question wasn't about sequencing on humanoid.
Well, we seem to be back on. Okay, so we're carrying on. So resing just a spin doctor. Okay. So both players are very rich at the minute. The amount of interaction that the runner can do with the corp is quite limited at the minute. So with all the servers iced, so I'm wondering if the. So interestingly, this was all off the humanoid resources, and I think this is what the judge question was about: whether they have to play an operation or not. They didn't. So they didn't play an operation off the humanoid resources. So this is still same turn. So interesting. Is the runner going to read into that?
Is that?
Oh, we see a
revolver
and a shibboleth. I think revolver, and shibboleth. So all our breakers are out, aside from the barrier breaker.
Yeah, because I would think the main concern here would probably be Starlit Knight, looking at this kind of deck, because that's but equally the Reality Plus player would much rather rest at a time of their choosing. So if you force those to go up and hopefully stay untagged, then it loses a lot of its bite.
Oh yeah. Getting them to resist Starlight Night on a turn where you're not tagged and you can afford to break it, because it is quite cheap to break, is so painful for the core. Ideally, you want to be just sitting there with a Starlit Knight, waiting for them to go tag me, waiting for them to go, I need to win now, so I'll just take all the tags, and then you res it. Then they take two more tags, and there's like 15 in the runs.
Yeah. The other thing, of course, is that Funhouse is something you love to park on R&D, but if in the circumstances when it's not the runner is not being pressured to do anything, it can just turn into I'll just end the run. You've paid 5 credits to not do anything.
Exactly, and that's a nice deterrent. But yeah, that doesn't. It's lacking in the punch. So we have a hedge fund corp continuing to be very rich, runner a little less, but still pretty solid on cash, and installs in the remote.
I believe that was a crypto crash there. So I think we're going for the push.
We're going for the push. I mean, a crypto crash here would be breaking for the runner, because they are on 6 credits, and crypto crash doesn't read if able. If you have less than 7 credits, you still lose all your money.
What can I say? Fisk is just very persuasive.
He is. Okay, so
I think I saw a curb here enter the hand there. But we're going straight for HQ.
I don't think there's anything in there, so the court might just let this go.
I wouldn't be surprised. Loading up revolver counters.
Fly swatter. Okay. It doesn't do anything from a purge basis because this being a crim deck is not loaded down with viruses. Breaks with one for with Shibboleth. So it's not really a deterrent.
I mean, you got to start somewhere.
Oh, okay. Fly swatter apparently ended the run, so the runner was just pressuring there.
You know what it is, and you can go back there later.
Okay.
You now know that your transfers of wealth will connect.
Oh no. Yep. Cool. Very kindly pointed out that the runner can get through it with Shibboleth, so we're accessing one, and we see a next big thing. Oh, that is a huge steal.
You do not want to see those go.
I mean, big oppo guaranteed to be hitting as soon as possible. So next big thing, of course, a very powerful 5/3, but it's also a 3-pointer. So you're going to be losing a lot off it. So next big thing, letting you draw 4 cards, so almost guarantees that that an oppo is going to land in hand at that point. We see a TOW
transfer
of wealth,
yes.
of course. So trying to siphon the corp. I think you're kind of. So the corp's gonna lose 3 credits, right?
Yep.
But then they're gonna gain 2 back. So it's only really
certainly.
It's denying the corp one credit, and it gets you 6 credits off that, which is not nothing. But the bite is so much lower. Like transfer of wealth is primarily a denial play rather than there's the retribution. Runner not happy to see that.
Yeah. It's a double that gains you. It's a double that draws you a card and gains you 5 out of Vic. So you certainly can't complain about that.
This is true.
Even I mean, in the Reality Plus matchup, you just have to accept that it's going to be that, and it's not going to have that denial punch. Who knows? But sometimes the credit makes all the difference.
Indeed. Okay. So runner's a bit more flush. I think that's about to change because I can see that seamless in hand, and that was a crypto crash in the remote. So I think the corp is probably going to go seamless advance, and then runner's going to be in a world of hurt.
Runner's going to have a very bad day. Interesting. There's a debate on fire. No, here's the seamless.
Yep, seamless.
2 advancement counters on that in card that was not installed this turn.
And there it is. That's a crypto crash. Oh, that is so painful for the runner. Going down to 2 credits.
So you are now playing Vic and you have no money. Also, your everything is iced.
Also, the corp still has money.
Yes.
Oh, this is a painful position for the runner. I mean, bigger turnarounds have happened, but and they could still get into HQ.
HQ is still very porous.
And the remote is not particularly well defended. They can find Kuru Impera. They only need 3 to install the Kuru Impera and 1 to start breaking. So it's not going to necessarily be an easy run for the core. We're somewhat in desperation, providing to gain some money or reconsidering that.
Yeah, maybe a take back. Although you may have spotted, we have a Behold in HQ now.
Oh, that's going to be well.
Yes, we love NBN snare. Let's see if we can't bring that up here.
Yeah. Behold.
And we shall behold the Behold.
Behold the Behold. And it only costs the...
We are, in fact, going into HQ, I think.
Oh,
this
1 in 5. That's humanoid resources. That's what we want to see. That's what you want to see. Are we going... Presumably... Oh, yeah, no, we gained the credit before, so they should be up 1 credit, I think. I think that's how it works.
Yes, it's on success, so before you access cards. So, slight sequence and trigger.
I think I just judged confirming that.
Yes, this is going to be a case of a missed beneficial trigger, so we definitely need the judges to resolve this one.
Yeah, because this is a competitive level event, so we play with the highest and strictest rule set, which means we do need to be careful of when specifically triggers happen during a run or during a turn. So I think we're just resolving this because it is pertinent information.
Yeah, certainly it can be a bit of a contrast where certainly at casual level events, so your casual tournament kits, your game night kits, these things. It's more of a, oh, you've made a mistake, let's educate, let's try and smooth this out. At competitive, it does get more cutthroat. If you screw it badly enough, you will lose the game.
Exactly. So I think by the looks of it, we're resolving to take the credit, but not trash the humanoid. Okay, we're taking money, so I'm assuming this is a, yep, not trashing and letting it go? Question mark. Oh no, they are trashing. They are trashing. Okay. That's so it sounds like the judge resolved. Warning, but don't do it again. Okay.
So we're back in the game. We're back on money.
We're back on money. Still down a Kura and Paris, so there's still everything to play for this one.
I will say that we also have what looks like a embedded reporting in HQ.
Yep.
On the right side there. So it's the fun lottery of random access.
Yeah. There might even be 2 embedded reportings in there. I'm not sure.
I think currently it's Behold, Retribution, and Embedded Reporting.
Wonderful. Oh, it's going to be an interesting one for the court for the runner to play through there, and then yeah. So what are you aiming for as the runner here? Like, what is your aim to apply pressure on the corp? Is it to dig for your Kurapera so you can start threatening? So
I would say that Valley runs are off the table. Everything's iced. I am behind on money, and we're just about to see a big hand reset from the next big thing, which is happening now. So, but also the corp is not currently presenting a threat, and we've seen 2 humanoid resources get cycled through. So
true?
It may be time to take some setup.
Well, I think the corp is probably about to big oppo here, unless they haven't drawn it somehow.
Certainly, that would be ideal for the runner.
Yeah,
and although with Vic we are exactly enough credits to detag after a big oppo.
Broke though. Besides, so we're shuffling back in the cards from next big thing.
Notably, it can be any number of cards.
Yep. So if you overstack your hand, you can solve that to a certain extent. Tense game. Like, both players are quite vulnerable at the minute. Okay, we're going for an install on the remote, not the Behold, notably. So I think that was the embedded reporting. Installing. Was that the VSA? I think that's a virtual service agent on the outer. And no oppo by the looks of it.
We are not getting oppoed. Now that is exactly where you'd want the runner to be on this kind of turn, but the next big thing was apparently not researching your political opponents.
Apparently not. What a shame. I mean, that would have tilted the game very much in the corp's favour. So now we've still got a bit of a knife fight game. Both players still very vulnerable because MBN in classic MBN style has lots of cheap but quite porous ice.
And we can see some of the spice in this matchup here. Spying in the hand on the runner side, the crew.
Oh. We do like that. I mean, that's one way of getting rid of ping.
And vitally, Starlit Knight.
Yes, indeed. Oh, that'd be so painful if you rested Starlit Knight.
Absolutely. I've been on both sides of that, and let me tell you, it's not fun when you're paying fire for nothing.
Oh dear. It's okay. Interesting game for sure. Okay, so the runner spending all their money to get daily casts. That's going to pay dividends, and it's also offshores on the off chance of that another crypto crash. So the runner effectively offshoring all their cash for some drip down the line, which I think is the right call. Like you could not take another crypto crash to the face at this point. That would just absolutely halt the game right there. So bit of a tough one. We know that that's a that's a
embedded reporting.
Thank you. I'm terrible with the new cards. We know it's an embedded reporting, which is going to get the corp up to 4, but the runner doesn't know that for certain. For all they know, they're going to be subject to another seamless launch into crypto crash attack. But okay, so runner's got money going. Corp is. I think we're on the corp turn, and the corp's having a bit of a think about this.
Yes, that is the stone face of someone thinking through their lines properly.
Okay, we have a new remote. with ice, still giving the runner no windows to go through.
It's such a tempo killer because the archives is the concession. Like you run it to be like, cool, I will click my to reference an old card, my symmetrical visage, but with nothing going on. And I imagine this is what this crew is going to hope to crack open, because Fly Swatter can just go, and then you can HQ, which is Criminal's playground, can become the value server.
Absolutely, and yeah, if the runner gets down, say, a wake implant or something like that, and they're just charging off R&D off HQ. Okay, we're running the server. Ping is free. Is the runner going to spend a crew on this?
Probably not, but
No.
the key thing here is it's another click. Like we're getting into click taxing as much as credit here of just every time you res a ping, that's 2 clicks you spent on that run to not achieve anything, especially because we're not burning a crew.
Exactly.
And of course, every ping res is just more tempo in the favor of the corp, because none of this ice is significant really. Like you can steamroll right over it, but the amount of time you're losing to that tag threat is so much more important.
Absolutely. So runners having to let another one go. Corp is sitting pretty at the minute, having to think.
Of course, nothing is ever certain in this game, but if I were the corp at the moment, I'd be feeling quite comfortable.
Okay, so we're scoring a embedded reporting, putting the corp up to 4 points, which is quite commanding in this board state. They still got 3 points to go, so they might have to do some skateboard tricks to try and score out the next big thing. Otherwise, they are 2 agenda scores away from closing this game. So
yeah,
still everything to play for, I think.
The like those elevation 3-2s, very interesting, because the while the MBN one, you can overscore to try and get that Operation Search type effect. More often than not, it is just a blank 3-2, and if you could have scored even a Stoke the Embers in that time, then I mean, sometimes a 3-2 is just a 3-2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for the longest time when we were in when we were in the FFG world, there was a running gag that a blank 3-2 would very happily get played, and it took Merger to prove us wrong on that one. So yeah, just using these in the blank 3-2 is good. Embedded reportings, as I think you said, is an over advanceable one, and starts getting you operations. So that would get the oppo. Just so. So runner continuing to poke HQ. They've got their Kurapira and down, which means, functionally speaking, all the servers are open
and
as they have the money.
Importantly, awake as well. So
yes,
if there is a time to turn this game around, it's now.
Yep.
You've got all your breakers down. You've got money ticking with another 8 credits in coming off these daily casts. You've got your DreamNet. This is the turning point for the runner to capitalize on.
Yep.
This will be the make or break moment, I feel.
Yeah, so the corp's on 8 credits, which isn't a huge number of credits, but it is enough to res a couple of key pieces of ice. And they see an oppo in hand. That's going to change the dynamic quite a bit, I feel.
Because if you do crew, that does turn on oppo, I believe.
It does turn on oppo because you are trashing a card. I mean, I feel like the runner's going to trash or steal something and not close the game fairly easily. So big oppo is on the cards, and then you're in the realm of, okay, do you clear or do you lose that Kurapira again, and then suddenly all the servers are locked down.
Interesting that I've not seen a boomerang yet.
Yes, I mean, criminal players are usually playing at least 2 these days because it's just quick, easy access to get into a server at least once. But yeah, we shall see. Okay, icing HQ, Corp respecting the fact that transfer of wealth is still a thing. Wake implant is very much a thing, and cheap runs on HQ are not a good thing for the Corp. Getting down another hedge fund, so the Corp is now in the money at 11, which is going to probably going to carry them for the rest of the game. Like realistically, I think the main blocker at this point is going to be draw, not money.
I think if I were the runner here, I would still be fairly comfortable running HQ, because all of that MB and ice, it's very scary in a long-term sense, or in sort of a tempo sense. And exactly here, we've got the transfer of wealth coming in. But if it's Starlit Night res, then you can just trash it. So
and this is a
Doom Scroll.
Doom.
Interesting.
We are on round 5, I believe. So Doom Scroll card that was just read. I actually really like this card. It's very NBN. It's very interesting.
If you ask me to picture yellow drafter, that is probably what I'd go for. I do like the soft tag me punishment there. Although I imagine if you were face planting it a bunch, then it wouldn't seem so soft. But the 90% of the time it's going to be take a tag, take an air damage. But that is not, in this sort of tempo type game, this is not where you want to be. You don't want to be redrawing. You don't want to be clearing tags.
No, absolutely not. And it's not, and it's still 2 credits to break even with Revolver because it's strength 3, I believe.
Yes, that's right. And the Revolver, it's hyper efficient, but you've got to be careful.
You can run out of bullets. I mean, you can't throw the gun.
You can throw the gun, which is one of my favorite mechanical details.
Bang, 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 yeet.
Just a planogram.
Just a planogram. So if the runner goes tag me, that is going to be a lot of forward tempo. The court might even play that to try and speed up the game. So how does the court close from here?
So you are now, I think we're now in the... the runner has to make a wrong call because they've got their money rolling, they've got their multi-access rolling. There's not that sort of early game window where you can exploit them fumbling and ending up with a tag is over. So the things like the Behold that we've been seeing, this tomorrow's headline that just appeared as well, these are the things that you can use to try and get the runner to make a misstep. But if it plays carefully, then you can start to see this game slip away.
Yeah, because I'm not really seeing how the corp can close out here aside from playing the Never Advance game, which, given 2 pings are rezzed and Shibboleth is installed, so that kind of slows down and reduces the threat of a VSA. Corp needs something to force the runner to interact. Otherwise, the runner can just kick back, check the remote every once in a while. It's fine. And then build up a giant wake implant and then win from there. So, yeah, it's going to be. I think that the tide has turned a little bit.
There is a big way to finish the game.
Oh?
If you can land the 2 tags, then we have shipment from Vladizibirsk as a potential that a lot of these decks like to play as a finisher.
Yep, no,
that would get you your next big thing.
But you do need 2 tags on the runner in order to land a shipment from Vlad. Okay, we're running. That's a
grubber.
That's a grubber. The hand ice.
Gimme.
So grubber. I'm gonna need to be reminded exactly what strength grubber is.
I believe it is strength 5.
Let's have a look. Yes, it is strength 5. So that's a beefy piece of ice. And if you and the intro text on it where you gain a pub doesn't apply because it's obviously on the remote. So it's just a 5 strength barrier with some fairly painful and sort of end the run.
Yeah, Gold Farmer grew up.
Gold Farmer grew up, although at least it doesn't have the text when it's breaking the subs.
Although breaking with Kurapira, because I believe it's the same. Or maybe possibly one more.
Yep.
Or maybe just trying to farm counters. So I believe this is the tomorrow's headline, and we have just spent all money. So
that's it. Oh, okay. So that is a tomorrow's headline, which puts the runner up at 5 points. So we are starting to get a little closer to time. Unfortunately, we can't load up a timer on screen, but there are about 10 minutes left in the round, probably closer to 8 at this point. Currently, the runner is technically ahead, so runners under less pressure. Both players are obviously playing for an out-and-out win because these games can turn on a dime. That is a steal, and the corp does have an oppo in hand, so that's potentially going to that's probably going to be what's coming down the pipeline in the next turn on the corp side.
So there is the potential of big oppo. The runner has run out of money. We've got 2 daily casts that are going to be providing 4 credits next turn. If you do want to start cashing in your wake implant and just Hail Marying it on R&D, the biggest thing that can res to stop you is probably that Starlit Knight, and you have the crew to just delete it outright.
You have the crew, you have the gun, you can deal with this, not a problem. So honestly, it's going to come down to the top of R&D. I think that's a really good call.
The interesting digging with spin to find just something to do. I think that this matchup is about tempo, and I think the Corp has lost all of it in this moment.
I think so. I think so. They had a really good start with that. With the they had a really good start with the artificial crypto crash, and then unfortunately they just couldn't quite capitalize on that to turn it into a win. So
yeah,
there's the big oppo, presumably a big oppo.
So the other runner, you definitely have tags.
I think it's time to go R&D.
Although chat chiming in that apparently daily cost was supposed to empty, so we may see an upcoming judge call.
We shall see.
If that is the case,
we shall see. Unfortunately, in the streamer room here, we are but observers, documentary style of the tournament, so we can't intervene, unfortunately.
And here we have the humble criminal.
4 tags coming in, big oppo. We don't have any oppo expresses. Any small oppos here is all the big oppo extras. So, Corp's down at 5 credits, plus 2 kind of ghost credits from the rest if there's a ping involved. Is the runner just going to break here and decide to go straight for the jugular and go straight to R&D to try and win, or okay, we're bravadoing?
Yeah. So it looks like we are probably committing to ending the turn with at least 1 tag. So the runner is most likely going to try and push for a win this turn, which, if the Corp crosses their fingers hard enough,
they might survive this. I mean, yeah, I think I don't hate the play here of get the spin doctor to. Okay, just they're using the spin doctor,
which is interesting because I don't believe that they have the money to trash. They've only got the 1 credit from DreamNet.
They don't. Oh, maybe the Corp misread that.
But it's worth doing. Sometimes.
Well, I mean, you were going to do this anyway because you need to down your density as much as possible. So that was click 1. So potentially the runner is thinking, run the spin doctor. Not sure. Run HQ. Get 2 more weight counters. Oh, it's a maximum of 3.
Yes, maximum 3.
Maximum 3.
I would be tempted to just go
R&D at this
just go straight for R&D. But if you are tagged anyway and you're planning on ignoring any Starlit Knights you encounter, then even that Behold wouldn't stop you.
It's true.
And it would be a great way for the corporation to spend all of their money giving you more tags than you already have.
Exactly. So we shall see what the runner is thinking here. It's going to be...
Clean getaway.
Clean getaway. Where are we clean getawaying to? Going on the remote.
Interesting. That's not what I would have thought.
Okay, we're bypassing with Kurapira because Kurapira has broken 3 barriers already, so they can get through the grubber for free. Breaking the ping and seeing what's in the remote. This doesn't close off the dig on R&D, but this is a good way of maybe fishing 1 more agenda because the runner only needs to touch 1 agenda and they win. They're on 5 points.
Hopefully, remembering to gain 6 from the.
Yes. Okay, resing the other spin doctor, we just saw an agenda go into hand. So if the runner runs an R&D, doesn't see anything of note.
I believe that's all 3 spin doctors out now.
It is. So they're bringing back. It looks like the runner is just trying to touch an agenda just to close the game out, which is probably the right choice. So they're ignoring the tags, which is again probably the right choice.
But it doesn't matter how tagged you are if you win.
Yeah. I mean,
problem is if you don't.
This is literally man walking away from fire dot meme.
This is very greedy. We're going down to the last click before making a run.
Cool. If the Corp has decided to splash a Event Horizon just for this 1 contingency, then they absolutely deserve it.
Or a bigger picture.
Or a bigger picture, that would work too. Oh, bigger picture would be so gross right now.
What is this?
What is that?
I think that's a class act. We're not running?
We're not running. We're just letting the corp. Okay.
With a retribution ready to go in hand?
Yeah, I think the runner's about to lose their Curupira.
Or possibly the wake implant.
Oh yeah, that too. Oh god.
Oh, I think that is a bigger picture in hand.
Oh hello. Oh hello.
Let's bring this up.
Yeah, let's load up a bigger picture. Okay, so bigger picture. So retributing first, which is fair. Getting rid of the Curupira, presumably. No, getting rid of the wake implant. Interesting. Okay, I'm wondering if that means there isn't a barrier on R&D.
And then there it is.
Then there's the bigger picture. Oh, okay, so that is taking points away from the runner.
Credits, rather.
Credits away from the runner?
Yes, bigger picture is you remove any number of tags.
Oh yes, bigger picture is market force. Excuse me, I thought for some reason it was IP enforcement. Brain moment.
No, exactly. But I think that was very hubristic from the runner that last turn.
Yeah,
That turn made some amount of sense if you were going for that Hail Mary run on R&D, but just sitting there with 4 tags, you are asking for it and you have received.
Yeah. So the run. So Corp needs to be careful because they're only on 4 points. We have by our count about 2 minutes left in the round, maybe less.
Oh, do you know what? I was so engaged that I completely lost track of the time.
So
they are down on points.
Yeah, so there is a good chance that despite all this pizzazz, they're not going to be able to close out the game. Even though the runner is super tagged, completely broke. Yeah, there is a good chance that the Corp loses on time. So I'm hoping the players haven't become so engrossed in the game that they've forgotten that we are in a tournament. Time is a factor.
Yeah. I don't know, double backroom machinations?
It could happen. Okay, we're revardoing the remote. Sure. Runner's very very nervous to check R&D at this point. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? They're super tagged. I guess another doom scroll, but that wouldn't be necessarily a big problem.
No, curious play pattern here.
Yeah. But the runner's back in money, and now the Corp needs to close. The Corp needs to close probably this turn.
Always be closing.
5 minutes left in the round. Apologies.
So a bit more time to capitalise on that bigger picture.
Not a huge amount of time. Give them some thinking. That time can just slip away. So the Corp needs to get a move on. And I'm betting the Corp's regretting not trashing that Curupira at this point because how are they going to score out?
Yeah, I mean that it surely felt good to trash that wake, but if you are trying to convert, because that's a not losing play, whereas the winning play may have been to trash that Curupira.
Yeah, it's a bit too passive. You need an aggressive move here, and then I mean I guess now you can trash the crew with a
basic action. Yeah,
with a basic action.
I think even getting rid of the Dreamnet, as much as it feels good, may not have been the right call.
Yeah.
It's pretty low impact to spend.
Oh, we're tabling
the hold.
We're tabling the hold. Oh, is the runner going to bite?
This is Netrunner.
I mean, functionally, does that make a big difference, though? That's the problem.
I mean, it's flashy, it's fun, but it doesn't get, unless you're playing Freedom of Information, it doesn't get you any further to doing anything. Or, as you mentioned, there could be an IP enforcement lurking.
I mean, we've seen some very varied tag punishment. We've seen retribution, and we've seen bigger picture. And IP enforcement would certainly help, and would get the Corp ahead in 5 minutes on with probably closer to 3 minutes left on the round at this point. But yeah, Corp needs to make some moves. They can't just play defensively and hope to score out that way. Shoregamon runner is back in the money again.
Yep. That scoring window has closed.
And all 3 breakers, yeah, Shibboleth's a bit more expensive right now.
Are we all running the Behold?
Oh no. Well, we know. The Corp knows, but the Corp's in front of the runner, so of course the one that has to do the poker face. The snare poker face.
We've got the what we know as the perfectly practiced amount of hesitation.
Resin.
Endpot. Oh,
that's just mean.
This is rude.
That is so mean because Endpot is let's have a look.
It is a 4-strength code gate with at this point 4 subroutines to say on the run on it.
Oh, you can pay three per sub.
And the runner is paying with Shibboleth.
Oh, That's so mean.
Oh, this.
Oh, that is so mean, Palm Tree. What are you doing? Oh! That is so mean.
We get the moment.
Oh, this is glorious. I mean, even if the Corp loses on time, they've won on spirit at this point.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, that was. Oh, I love it. I love the greed. I love the tenacity. This is why I love Netrunner.
Yes.
It's so good. It's so good. Now, final question: is the runner going to trash it? Because sometimes I found this, especially in JNet, players will hate trash stuff even if it costs money, just because they're so annoyed.
Yes.
But it looks like Unmech is being very professional, just saying, "I will remember that is there."
I mean, at this stage, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, technically, it should be de-resed at this point. But functionally, it doesn't really matter.
Well, you could res it if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's a resable card. So R&D is loaded. It's a 44 card deck.
Oh, we're just going straight in for a single.
Yep,
It's
single.
an import.
It's an import. Well, that's going to be annoying in a second. Right. Corp needs to score something.
Yeah,
Corp needs to score something.
Once again, you're in the position of the runner has 4 tags.
Oh, we're scoring something.
Something slipped by us.
That is an embedded reporting, which puts the Corp back up on 6 credits. So at time, it now goes to the Corp's favour.
Do you know I missed that one? I missed that going off the table.
Yeah, we were so excited about the Behold.
Yes,
we missed the embedded reporting.
We beheld the Behold and we were distracted.
It does literally tell us what to do, which is behold its greatness. So
once again, another beautiful artwork. Right. So now, R&D is still open.
Runner needs to aggro. Runner needs to aggro right now, and forget everything else. Forget that you have 4 tags. Forget everything. Just start attacking. Okay, we're going on archives. I mean, the Corp's only got 2 credits, and so they're not going to be able to res a lot.
I mean, even resing a ping just doesn't do anything. What is a 5th tag to 4?
Exactly. So where are we going with this? Yep, it's just a ping. Yep.
But
Runner's still gaining 2 out of this, so it's not really the most painful. And they do gain a repair. I mean, the Corp's not going to be resing anything bigger than
is bleeding 1 credit going to matter?
Probably not. So Runner gains their money back. No face downs, I don't think, of note in the bin. So I think both players are staring at R&D, hoping for it
one way or the other.
Yeah, one way or the other. Okay.
This is a thrilling game.
Yeah, it's gone back and forth. Like we were thinking, yeah, Corp's definitely got this. They've got the lock and the lockout. Yeah, I think if the Corp had trashed that Kurapira, this would be a very different game. But trashing that Wake Implant, I'm not sure what's the right play. So
I mean, the way it turned out now, it's a Vladizibursk.
Oh, there's the Vlad. Oh. So they've got 3 different forms of tag punishment. They've got the Vlad, they've got the Retribution, and they've got the... This is very much hope that the runner gets tagged. I mean, the runner is very tagged, so...
We're running on HQ, but I don't think there's anything there.
I don't think there's anything in there, I think. And let's see.
I think we may have converted from behind on this one.
Yeah. I mean, what the Corp probably should do... Just click for credits, because you could technically draw. So you do your Mando, which is the card of runner's scene. Draw again, get an agenda. I know that you wouldn't be able to install and score it. So yeah, ideally you just want to.
I think we might have passed by on time. I think
so. Okay, I think. Judging by. Okay, I think we've got some talking going on.
And there it is. Wow.
Oh wow. That was a wild game, back and forth. We love to see some. We love to see some R+ back from the dead, back from the
absolutely.
ban. And we love to see R+ with multiple different forms of tag punishment.
Yes, there's all sorts of different vegan tags you can do now.
Yeah, we had retribution. Sorry, go on.
The traditional end of the line, it's less common.
Yeah, no, I don't think I mean, when End of the Line first came out, I think we saw it a little bit, but most of them, I think NSG is largely kind of targeted away from the traditional kind of C Scorch end of the line play into more doing stuff with it, whether it's IP enforcement, or whether it's shipment from Vlad or various other things. Like, there's a lot more doing stuff with tags that aren't just ending the game with the runner flatlined.
Yes.
So yeah, some really interesting stuff. Well, that was round 5. And we went up to time, so round 6 should not be too far behind. So we will be back shortly with round 6 and more Netrunner as we continue on with day 1 Swiss rounds of EMEA 2026. Stick around.
Stay tuned.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to the Netrunner EMEA 2026, sponsored by Null Signal Games. We are back, and you are joined by me, Extract, and
me, Komodo. I have returned.
And we have a wonderful game count in the next round. A bit of variety. We have Egg on the right, played by Tea Leaf, and we have Lat on the left, being played by Sleeper or SL33P3R.
I think it's pronounced the second way. You have to assume that.
So we are just setting up for the round, and as soon as we get the ping, then we'll kick off. So both players just shuffle up. So Lat is obviously looking to have the same number of cards at the end of their turn as the Corp, so that they can draw that bonus card, which will be good for the net damage.
Yeah,
if they can match it.
It's going to be tricky though. There's a lot of just passive damage in Arco. That means that really needs to find some burst draw to try and achieve that matched hand size, which there is a decent chance a lot of Lats run Anacam, which is a good form of passive damage protection to that kind of just random damage. Start it.
Yep,
Looks like time's just started.
40 minutes, off we go. So Egg, Alco, every time they do damage or discard a card from hand, they gain an egg counter. 2 egg counters at the start of your turn. You can scramble eggs and draw two cards and trash a third card, having looked at all three at the top of R&D. So we see a FUT res to start. This is good.
Yep, fairly classic egg start is Ice Fut, Res Fut. We have a face down on the table. We're not threatening anything at the moment. The main avenue for which egg does any kind of threat is through Regenesis, which is basically a free one that, when scored, adds an agenda in Archives to your score area, so you can score a potential 4 points.
Wonderful.
Off of that.
Yep, and we have got we've got a ritual into a sure gamble and an Anacam to start with. So the runner is absolutely flush with cards and money and draw, and gets down a coalescence. So either a knick-knack deck we're looking at here, or we're looking at. Okay, so
that is a Bladderwort res from Fut, and I think that is so we are going to take
pinging.
1 net damage.
Oh, this is an ideal egg start.
Yep, this is exactly what you want. Hits a pinhole as well. That is a pretty rough one, but it does fire Anacam.
Does draw the card, but not being able to deal with that FUT is going to be a
pinhole
massive
is
thorn in the
very important card in this matchup.
Yeah, so both players have had a reasonably good start. Both players are reasonably flush. So I think there's everything to play for in this game.
This is very much like for Lat. This is kind of the ideal start you want, and Egg. This is a very decent start as well. I'm going to be curious what kind of egg we're on. Generally, eggs look kind of the same, but there are a little interesting couple differentiations. Whether they're on bite, whether they're playing Urtica. We can see Mindscaping or End of the Line, but that's a lot less common now.
Yeah, it was very it was much more common last year. These days, a lot of them are playing Measured Response.
Measured Response is the main one, yeah.
Which obviously combined with FUT is absolutely brutal for the runner. So
2 more installs from Egg here.
Yep, Egg's going wide and tall apparently.
Quick, stacking those like a building. But we are generally doesn't look like Lat is willing to contest this early. With a FUT on 2 counters, any agenda score, even the hybrid release from hand, can be a lot of tempo damage.
Exactly. So we're seeing an SMC come down off a ritual.
Potentially expecting an Azimat off that, given just how many assets on the board.
That would pay dividends. Absolutely.
Thinking about where to run potentially. Yeah, pinholing.
Pinholing.
Just assume going for the FUT.
Yeah, we got to get that FUT on that FUT. Okay, trashing it the hard way. So probably not. So not getting Azimat, I'm assuming.
But FUT is now dealt with, which means you're safe from any kind of table agenda damage.
Yeah, and so there is the outside chance that this is a Regenesis Moon Pool.
That is possible, yeah.
If the runner doesn't contest these, I think that would be a bit of a risky play.
It would be a very gutsy play, but
it's possible.
Doesn't look like it though.
Cohort,
yeah.
Cohort, okay, classic.
And this is going to get us a Bladderwort firing as well.
Yep, and on top of that, it's gonna let us scramble some eggs, get some fried eggs going.
That's our second egg counter. We are hitting a burner. That is a lovely hit.
Ooh.
You're very happy to see that go. Especially they're usually not on that many burners.
Yeah.
Potentially 2,
I see.
but usually 1, I think, is the common thing. So that is a nasty hit.
Yeah, and I see a Regenesis in hand. I think I'm worried here that the runner's played a little bit too timid in the first couple turns and is now paying the price for it with the cohort and the Blood War and what I can only guess is a moon pool.
Potentially a moon pool. It could be a table trap. It could be lack of being res does imply something that doesn't matter. Well, doesn't matter immediately. So moon pool definitely. I wouldn't be surprised to see potentially a Reaper function even waiting for a better option.
That was very classic back in the day. I've seen it less and less these days, but
it's
still possible.
I think it's on the out, but there are definitely still people playing it. I've even seen some Unleash tag decks. I think one of them was on 60-something cards as well. Which I don't remember who that was, but
Big
it was
decks.
Did quite well in one of the showdowns, I think.
Okay, so Corpus scrambles some eggs.
Yep.
Corpus drawn and trashed and done a whole bunch of stuff, and he's now having a big think about what they're going to do.
Cohort just cucking along, which is
that cohort is going to do so much work. So the runner has to deal with this.
Yeah.
We're going for an install. This could be the Regenesis, which does lend credence to the idea of a moon pool. With a spindle on the table, icing archives.
Yep. This is a classic Regenesis setup. With the SMC on the table, though, it is a pretty risky one. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a bluff that's just going to try and force an archives run.
And what do we see there?
This is a Hansei review. Yep. Getting another egg counter, which again, that's the second counter. We are going to be scrambling eggs this turn. That is a lot of egg fires so far.
Exactly. Yes, Mandrup, that is indeed the Anacam ult from 2021. God, 5 years.
I just picked that all up from the trade table. I'm very happy.
Wonderful. So runner is resistant to damage in terms of they can keep drawing cards from it, but they need to contest. They need to start aggroing.
And they don't have unlimited cards. You can survive in terms of your hand size, but you are going to get ground down eventually. This is not a lap. This slot is on 45 cards, so it's going to be... That can easily go quickly if egg keeps doing damage like this.
Exactly.
We are hushing. Also, hard calling that as an enemy.
So hush, for those unfamiliar, basically blanks all of the non-subroutine abilities on a given card. Oh, did we take that back?
Oh no, we just put a token on the ice, and the token is the same color as the sleeve, so it's very hard to see.
Okay, there it is.
But we are rezzing the ice anyway.
Running on a coast. Although, if that's a moon pool in the other remote, that may not matter, because what you can do is you can moon pool the agendas out to do the advancement on the Regenesis on the runner's turn, then it doesn't count on yours.
That isn't an enemy.
So that was a good call.
That was an excellent hush call. We're probably still going to take the 1 damage. I don't think we'll SMC for this.
Res it there, but...
Yeah, I mean...
I guess that's just blanking otherwise.
It's a damage.
It is a damage.
I think you're very happy if you do 1 damage here or force an SMC.
And there is at least an egg
and
counter.
Otherwise, what do you do? Overinstall the enemy? Eventually, you probably do that next turn anyway. What have we hit? That is a... Ooh, that's a tailgate.
That's a tailgate, which is legwork at home.
That is, yeah. It is free credits, access free cards from HQ, paying 1 less credit for each piece of ice in front of HQ. Not really that important in this matchup, I'd say, but by the time you get to the point where egg is flooded, you can generally win off singles, but it's still...
That is a moon pool. Are they using the moon pool to struggle back agendas?
That isn't... We could be seeing a Regenesis here, yeah.
Why? I'm not sure about this. Moon pooling and advertising, that's a Regenesis. Unless there's more than 2 agendas in the bin. Okay, interesting.
There is still 1 face down. We could be seeing a table Fuji.
Yeah, that's possible.
But yeah, firing Moonpool instead of the spin is interesting.
Yeah, because I mean, you can use Moonpool as a rather expensive spin dough. I have done it a few times, but you don't ever want to do it.
Yeah. IS is potentially trying to beta run that server, threatening Fuji, see how they run.
Oh, if this is an Urtica site and Cypher Bay, that would be
ruthless.
Spice. That would be very spice. I like that.
We have a lot of cards in hand from that, so I do wonder if we will contest this.
Let's see.
Running the cohort, killing that. Yeah.
I mean, if the Corp does score a Fuji the hard way, Do you really mind that much if you've taken all
Yeah.
their money away?
It's not that bad a hit, although scoring Fuji does bring Bladderwort back online, so you do get pressured regardless.
I don't know. In this scenario, you're definitely taking down the Bloodwort. You like.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
you
saying
have to kill that.
Take the rest of the board and say, yeah, you want a Fuji? You can have it. It's going to cost you 3 more credits on
It's
top of the
like-
3 you've just spent.
Corp is...
So it's definitely not regenesis.
So we're not regenesis. We put something in the bin.
Yep. So
from
you can't
Egg.
regenesis off that.
That's the mandatory draw.
Okay, Corp having a think about this, having a look at this.
Double checking what they installed. Classic maneuver.
Or are they?
Oh,
That
it's
is-
just a hybrid.
It's
So
just a
we
hybrid.
are.
Okay.
That is a pretty clever move. Keeping that around, so now you get to install whatever you just trashed from Egg,
So-
which we got a sneaky glimpse of. That is another hybrid.
Interesting. I mean, yeah.
It's
that,
not
That was a
an
sideways
amazing
play. I
tempo.
like it. Like not what I was expecting at all, but yeah.
Yeah, it's you generally want to be getting some kind of tempo off a hybrid score, be that with FUT or powers if that is in the list, which most eggs don't seem to be quite on that anymore, but it's still around.
So let's consider here. So we've just seen them bring 2 agendas back with the moon pool. They have just they've just scored another hybrid, and we've just seen they've just chucked a hybrid into from the bin into the remote again. So it's possible that this was a bit of a desperation play on the Corp side. That they
Possibly,
thought
yeah.
that they were over flooded and needed to correct that, which is a bit of a tough sell, but you know it's a way of doing things.
We're also over installing the Archives Ice Trashing Hush, which makes sense.
Yeah, you want to keep your archives protected because you want to stash your Fuji there for a Regenesis play later. But it's cost the Corp a fair amount of board state to do this. They've got a new card and a new remote. They've got that Bladderwort ticking along, earning
I do
them.
think I see a deep dive in the runner's hand as well, so actually not something you ideally want to see early, just because the odds of it being pinged by random damage.
Definitely. Interesting. Okay, so runner's still not got a huge board state either. So we see
get the chip
a
down.
symbol chip. So they can technically bring back that hush if needs be, and installing a daily card. So taking a turn off just to start moneying up. I think that's very sensible. You're settling in for a long game here. Like egg games are usually never quick unless you lose. You need to prepare yourself for the long game and start and grind down the Corp as much as they're trying to grind you down with damage. So
And Egg isn't really threatening too much here.
no.
On this board state, there's not too much an Egg can do to you unless it's 2 Reaper functions, which is generally not something you're playing around.
Yeah.
There's nothing in Archives, you don't have a FUT ticking over. There is one face down that we still don't know what that is. But worst case is probably a cohort, and that hasn't been rezzed.
Yeah, you would have raised a cohort.
So
by now.
potentially another moon pool?
Potentially, and you probably do want to take that away from the Corp. Corp just drawn on longevity serum if my eyes are right. So I think the Corp is searching for threats to give to the runner because the runner's decided I'm going to kick back now. I'm just going to money up.
But just
Fancy.
Hansei. It gets us the egg counter. That's if you're looking for threats, that'll help you find them.
We do like poached eggs here, and that is good for getting us our threats. Okay, back to the runner. So runner's taking up money. No new threats are being presented, so I think the runner's in a fairly comfy place at this point.
Yeah, this is a pretty solid place. Just getting money, getting tools set up. That is a
Ritual.
Ritual, yes. I've not seen that one before.
Looks
Getting
a lot
that
like
draw.
flame out.
Getting the 4 cards off the Anacam draw, which is what you always love to see. Anacam Lat just generally feels so slick to play like this.
Yeah.
Just so much draw, just so much kind of effectiveness. In my experience, I tend to find, maybe this is just me, but I win games with Anacam Lat on the last turn I possibly could have won the game. It feels like a very efficient deck that rewards this kind of play.
Yeah. So we see a propeller coming down.
Yep. Which will deal with probably the most common barrier of some Axamoons. So some eggs are on Boto.
And tattoo.
And Tattoo, of course, yeah.
So yeah, that'll deal with most of the in the run ice that they might encounter.
Arguably probably the more important breakers to get for egg, because unless they're on Lion's Mane, which is quite common, you can tank an enemy And there aren't that many code gates usually. Diviner is sometimes played, but it's mainly just white space or fly swatter.
So we've got a tattoo.
Tattoo on archives.
So I think you just summon something with SMC and just. Do you really want to break it?
You are breaking it with the propeller. We could have chipped a hush there, which is generally the real mean play.
Okay. So presumably you're going to spend these other four credits, right, Sleeper? Like, please spend the other 4 credits. There we go.
Yeah, we are SMCing.
Okay.
What are you expecting to find here? I wouldn't be surprised if Azimat is in the list. You probably get it here, but we could just go for a breaker.
I don't think Azimat's in the list, because if it was in the list, they would
Revolver. In that case,
they would have gotten the Azimat right at the beginning when
yes,
they were going
that's
on the
true.
trash.
It is a revolver, yeah.
We have the gun. The gun has hit the
Which
table.
now means we're kind of safe to the biggest ice threats Aoko can usually deploy.
Yeah.
Lion's Mane we don't really care about, and Samaxmoon and Boto are also quite cheap to get through.
Yeah. Is remind me, Lion's Mane is a Code or a Sentry?
Lion's Mane is a Sentry. It's a basically Karuna but bigger.
Okay. And with less hands.
Yeah, way less. Well, it's a jellyfish, so depending on the definition of hands, it could have quite a lot.
Okay.
Popping that spin there, what are we getting back?
Cohort.
Yep.
And that's just it. And
a cohort and a face down. Which
Face
couldn't
down.
quite make out.
Okay, interesting. So the runners quite poor, but they have got their rig sort of online.
Running HQs.
I think I was just tapping.
Oh, just tapping. Yes, that makes more sense.
And then, so the runner's a little poor, but that's gonna change with that daily cast ticking down.
Yeah.
And then I think the corp is on the back foot here. They've got that bladder war ticking, which is a thing. They've got money, which is a thing, but they haven't got any threats at the minute.
Yeah.
That could be about to change. Flipping some eggs.
You do wonder what is in that iced remote, 'cause it's been sitting there a while. We do have an also unresed card, so potentially traps, potentially just moon pools or spins waiting. I'm probably expecting a spin at this point.
Yeah. So corp's got options, but like, what do you do with them?
Yeah, I guess so far this has looked fairly standard of what we expect of egg right now. There's nothing that implies we'll be on tags playing a petty cache from the bin. So this could just be the standard on double measured. If we're spicy, it might be on hostile architecture. There's been a couple that have experimented which are on retirement plan, the HB Vantage Point card, which for 2 clicks lets you install an asset from the bin.
Yeah, this is possible. Okay, so corp putting some cards
Install.
down.
Looks like another install. We are icing that one.
Okay.
We
Stacking up the ice.
The classic problem of wide at decks. We just don't have enough playmat.
Okay. Dilemma of Iris.
There we go. We are.
Oh no, that's the bladder wall.
That's the bladder wall. We are rearranging. This is an easy. Good job rearranging. We have played remote server Tetris and we've won. Definitely a spin in hand there, which looks like it's about to go down. Yep, that's a spin on the table.
Okay, so we've installed some. I mean, so we are having to get our skates on a little bit more because we are halfway through the round. These rounds go very quickly, and unlike double-sided, where occasionally your game 1 could bleed into your game 2's time, you are hard stuck at 40 minutes, and we have used 20 of them. And so far, there's been some exchanges, but only 1 point scored. So both players need to get their skates
by
on.
way here, I'd be really hoping to at least try a Regenesis play instead of threaten one, but we're still not threatening that. With moon pools, we can threaten a score off the board, but that relies on Lat not interacting. It feels like Lat's probably going to interact. We do see a Hannah come down, which is really important in this matchup. It lets you clicklessly check a remote and sets you up to deep dive later if you're going to do that into egg, which is not the easiest thing in the world.
Okay, Spin Doctor coming out. So Hannah's going to make it a lot easier to check those remotes, because you can just poke away at a free remote and clear and just check it for free, which is lovely. Spindo
we are
coming
popping
down.
the spin. Since not great to pop a spin when not protecting agendas. That is the second spin out now. Pressuring spins in Echo is very important.
Okay.
Yeah, still I think 2 clicks left for this lat. Pinholing, so I guess we're just checking a unknown.
Okay.
We are checking the newest remote, or
So the remote is apparently, we're getting reports from the board that this is...
oh, it's a longevity just on the board,
Oh!
and we do have 1 click left, so we can just take that. Although, is that going to leave us 2 damaged? If that's an enemy, we've only got 3 cards in hand.
Okay. Yeah, this is gonna. Yeah, this is So points shifted over to the runner, and that means time favor is over on the runner side.
Oh no, it's not scored. We just have.
Oh, okay.
We pinhold it. So
we pinhold. Excuse me.
we are going back. It's a white space, so you do need to chip for SMC.
Chipping to get rid of the.
Oh, chipping coalescence to get the money to get past white space. Excellent.
Yep, that'll work.
And taking the longevity.
What are they breaking? Oh yeah, with the money. You don't need.
There we go.
Okay, so runner points are up.
To. It's a pretty solid steal. Longevity, fairly useful card. It's not that common in Egg though.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is it's a. So typically, most of them pivoted to fly swatter because that tends to be a better way to get to break a check the runner for code gates, because there's not a lot of other threatening code gates in Jinteki.
White space is a very good face check though.
Making the runner lose money is always good.
Especially because generally against Aoko you don't need much of a decoder, so people are more likely to actually run face first into that white space. And we're just making a new iced remote, and looks like installing a FUT behind the white space.
Okay.
Which, with no Unity, presumably we're on Unity, that FUT's going to be a pain to deal with. And we are definitely out 2 pinholes now. That might be all the pinholes we're on. A lot of decks generally go down to 2 if they need the spare influence.
So yeah, now this is going to be an interesting challenge for the runner to deal with. How are we doing for time? 18 minutes left on the round, so they've still got a bit of time to play with. But Corp needs to present some threats. I mean, they have definitely built up a bit more of a board state. They've got a threatening with a FUT. There is definitely, we're definitely starting to see a turn here. But
well, the good thing about Egg is that it can turn point totals on a all it takes is 1 turn where Sleeper misses a thing, and then suddenly Egg has scored 4 points.
Yeah, if they get a Regenesis in Fuji, then this game shifts dramatically into the Corp's favor.
And this is a fairly decent board state at the moment. It's not amazingly threatening, but we have the hybrid in the remote still waiting to be scored. We have a newly iced remote with no idea what's in that. Running the FUT with wheels and trashing that, just tanking that white space. I think 6 credits to get rid of FUT is not ideal.
I mean, FUT gotta go, but still.
Rezzing hostile architecture. We are on hostile. Is FUT worth 2 cards?
Probably not, but also probably yes.
Yeah, it's tricky. Generally, you want to kind of bank hostiles. So if you're going to trash something, you want to trash it all in 1 turn. So you kill the hostile, kill the FUT to minimize the damage taken. And I guess this is what we're thinking of here, is can we do that this turn? I don't think we can. Unless, say, there's an overclock in hand. I wouldn't be surprised to see FUT trashed and then overclock hostile. But it looks like we're just leaving it.
Okay, leaving the FUT behind that. I may come back to bite.
Yep, very possible.
I don't really see it.
I mean, with hybrid on the table, we could quite easily just do 2 damage off that FUT at any time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've been going on to 3 damage, but I think the Corp might be about to score here.
Just very possible. You do have the tempo. It gets you your egg counters.
Right, apologies for that. Just resizing the screen so it is slightly easier to see the plays. Hopefully that works for everyone.
Looks like we missed a hybrid score firing that FUT.
Ooh. Okay, that is
so
good.
what got trashed there? We lost an overclock and a gamble. Not the worst hits, but pretty bad on this credit total. And we do have a powers that be on the table. So now we are getting to the stage where the egg is starting to snowball. This is a very excellent set of threats on the table right now. We can score a couple of things, and powers into FUT is a very strong amount of tempo. Runner is running the remote.
Yeah, because the runner needs to start aggroing here, otherwise they're going to lose control of this game. They've got the daily cast ticking along, but eventually the corp is just going to present too many threats. Okay.
And looks like we forgot to put a FUT down to down, which is... I've never done that. Definitely not. It's a maximum, so this is actually annoying for Propeller, because it is costing 2 counters for you, which is not ideal for such a low res cost, but easily gotten through for a credit. Reaccessing, it is a Let Them Dream.
Ooh.
So we are taking 2 damage from the FUT. That is another point for Sleeper.
Okay, so this is starting to this is a back and
This
forth
is a
game.
very close match either way. Both sides have... I can see it either going away. We are losing... Oh, is that 2 deep dives?
If that,
Or a deep dive and something.
we're just waiting to hear from our spotter at the table. Deep
Deep
dive and creative.
Yeah, those aren't great hits.
You really want to hold that deep dive because
Especially on this point in time, like on 3 points against Egg, that's generally when you can start considering a deep dive.
yeah.
We have the Hannah on the table. As long as that's not an enemy on Archives, which, let's be honest, it probably is, you're going to put an enemy on Centrals just for the deep dive threat.
Yeah, 100%. So now we're pressuring HQ, and if memory serves, when we did get a peek into HQ was fairly loaded. So
That is a Hansei review.
So that's not going to do anything. Okay, so runners up on points. Corpse up on board, I think.
Yeah, Lat's got a fair chunk of money, but not enough to trash all of this, and certainly not the cards to survive trashing through hostile.
So does the hostile...
We're seeing from the top of R&D, that's going to stay.
So does the hostile mean they're on measured response?
It depends. It generally means they're on 1 less copy of measured response. Some decks are on 2 hostiles and 1 measured. A lot are on 2 measured and no hostiles, or maybe 1 hostile if they can find the imp for it. So it means we're probably seeing measured still, but maybe not quite as big a threat as a lot of decks without hostile would have.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, we're not a threat anyway, so it's a little...
That looks like 2 FUTs in the top of R&D from that egg trigger. Maybe a bladder war.
I mean, you could, as painful as you can probably trash 1 FUT if you've got...
You don't need 3 twinks. That's too many.
That would be too many. This is true.
You've got to pace yourself.
Right. Okay, so corpse scrambled some eggs, took some damage. Now, how can they turn this around? Because it's all well and good having the hostile and having the FUT, but if the runner keeps attacking, then they are eventually going to get to match point. Because if the runner gets to 5 points, it doesn't matter how much damage, how many tokens are on FUT. It doesn't matter how much damage Fuji does. They just steal it and win.
Installing behind the Samak, which is actually fairly tricky to get past now that we are out of Pella counters, and no simul chips on the board for that. Installing just a face down and another face down.
We're going super wide.
We are threatening something here. It's a potential Regenesis threat. There is a face down in Archives, even though we know that's a FUT. Sleeper doesn't know that, and that is something you kind of do have to try and diffuse.
Okay, so Sleeper is on 14 credits by the looks of things. 16 credits.
Tea Leaf is on... It looks like some credits are beneath one of those remote servers, but maybe 6 credits for Tea Leaf.
Okay.
Which is...
enough to cause a problem.
Especially with Bladderwort.
Yeah.
We can easily res something to get into Bladderwort range, and that is going to be really annoying. We're hammering one of the uniced. It is a moon pool. That has to go.
You have to get rid of that and take 2 damage doing it, though.
Yeah. Maybe this is the turn where we do hostile. Although, Hostile's been pointing at, maybe Sleeper reconsidering. How much does he care about his hand?
I mean, he's going to take that damage either way, whether he kills Hostile this turn or whether he kills Hostile on click 2 or.
I think he's deciding if he should trash the Moonpool though.
Yeah, I think you 100% try. I think you try to trash this Moonpool. Like, just take away the corpse.
Checking archives now to see how important the Moonpool is.
Looking at the face-ups, it's because there's one Moonpool being removed from the game, so there are 2 Moonpools active.
It looks like still thinking on that trash there. It's hard. In the hand, it does look like there's at least an overclock. I couldn't quite see the others in there, but I imagine fairly important ones. Looks like we're just leaving it.
Oh,
yeah, deciding this is too important.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that because I think you're going to trash the hostile either way. Like, you need to get rid of it. And I think he's probably just saying, yeah, I was probably going to trash this hostile this turn anyway.
But it is a really tricky one. Like, if those cards are important, if those are your last deep dive, etc.
Are we going for the bin?
We're going for archives.
This is an incredibly
trying to diffuse Regenesis here, which is potentially on the table.
Yeah, but if this is an anemone, you're going to have to jack out anyway. And
it is an anemone,
and you are going to have to jack out anyway.
Well, because
you're going to take 2. So if they have 5 in hand, they're fine.
There's 4 in hand at the moment.
Oh no,
but
five
Anacam will get us a draw if it hits an event.
So there's 4 in hand at the minute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then you still got to jack out. So you take your 2 damage. That'll draw you.
Oh, there's a second deep dive. Yeah, Tilly's very happy about that.
So you get another draw from the stack that's getting a bit low at the minute. You then still can't afford to take a Fuji.
You can't. No, not with that FUT there. So
we might see Sleeper having to jack out here because they're not going to be able to. They can't touch a Fuji.
It's too risky.
In fact, if they're about if they're about to access, they could chuck a Fuji in there.
They can with the Moonpool.
With the Moonpool and then just not bring it back.
But it's not there.
Oh no.
Oh.
Okay. Either
that is a risky line.
Either they didn't have Fuji in hand, or they didn't see that play because that would have been game over.
That would have been mean. Lost the Fermenter as well to damage, which I think at this point in the game you don't hugely care about.
So we're seeing so we can also see that the runner's stack is starting to run out.
We have been ground. We are maybe on 3 deep dives, but not hugely likely.
I think there's only like 5 cards left in the
It's
stack.
looking pretty shallow.
And with that FUT still ticking, and that hostile still ticking, there is a good chance the runner just runs out of cards here, unless they're running the new levy.
Yeah. Just checking HQ, finding a Regenesis, but that is 2 damage off FUT.
There's 2 more damage, but puts the
and that is putting us into measured range.
It's putting us into measured range, but it's also putting us into Fuji win range.
This is true. Yeah, we don't really need to care about Fujis anymore. We just need to find one. Do you think we'll just see a single off R&D, or
it's very possible, but yeah. So the corpse. So the runner's only on 2 cards at the minute. Which is not where you want to be.
Losing a overclock and a cast, but overclock probably not important if you decide you can't afford the trash with hostile on the board.
Oh, I've got the classic head in hand. So you're saying, I've got 4 points, I could win, but how do I not die?
It is a very tricky spot here because you could so easily win, but you are so close to being ground into nothing. One off the top. What is it? It stays.
Goes back. So the runner does have 9 credits. So
we see second Bladderwort, which means we are getting 2 Bladderwort fires. Just 2 pings.
Presuming the corp can go low enough.
I believe they are, thanks to the enemy res.
Yeah.
Which, that is rough. You're probably going to be taken down to 1 card in hand if it hits an Anacam.
And if they've got a Blood in the Water...
That is a Gauss?
It's either a Gauss or a Principia.
I recognise the AM's ult, but I don't remember what it ties to. But I think it is Gauss.
And
a Unity, which means all we need is 1 score and FUT wins us the game. Are we about to see a flatline here? There's a Moonpool on the table. It is very possible. Yes, it is a Gauss that's been trashed.
Okay.
So we need to find any kind of free pointer, free coster.
Any 3 or 2x agenda.
Or, yeah.
And that would win us right here.
So if we have a Regenesis, and we need a bunch in hand, and the hand is quite light. We'll see.
But on the flip side, there are only 5 minutes left
5 minutes left in the round.
in the round.
If Sleeper can survive this turn, he's in a fairly decent spot. We are drawing up. It looks like we don't have it. I think there is a Regenesis in hand, but we don't have the kill.
You only need one other agenda to do it as well.
Or installing a new remote, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, might be a Regenesis just on the table.
I mean, yeah.
With a FUT ping at this point, you're quite happy to give them one more point.
Yeah, exactly. Especially given the runner's not can't really check stuff with
Yeah.
that hostile out.
And has very little in the way of just burst draw. So we're going to have to spend 2 clicks drawing, unless we draw straight into a ritual. Yep, draw. Looks like an Azimat and a DZ in hand. 3rd click draw. 4th click, are we just drawing back up? Could this be a full Regenesis play here?
Full draw plus lat draw. So they're back up to size, and they're not dying. I think the court forgot to add a FUT token last turn, which unfortunately missed trigger. I think.
Resing a cohort.
Okay.
Are we about to see a score off that? This is a very scary board state from Egg now. He's really effectively set this up.
Yeah, really. So full stacks of board, all the assets that you could want. Bladderwort ticking along.
We are.
I'm surprised they're not resing the moon pool to tick off the Bladderworts again.
It might be we just need money for something. But
maybe.
Yeah. We'll see. What can Egg do from this position?
Corp is also starting to run low on deck at this point. There is going to come a point when the active card slots are all filled with agendas. So they need to get on with it.
And there are still 3 Fuges floating somewhere.
And if the runner touches any Fuji, we're flipping a card. So I think that means we're placing an advancement.
Yep, we are advancing. So that card has been in that remote for a very long time.
Yeah, I'm guessing that they couldn't score it last turn for some reason.
Are we going to see a score here? We are petty caching and potentially a score from that, which would put them on. Or we can score Fuji off the table if with the moon pool. And it looks like triple advance. Yep.
Okay, and we are
So are we getting... See how they run? Oh, it's a Let Them Dream.
Okay.
So that's 2 more points for the Corp and a FUT trigger.
Annoyingly, I suspect they only get 1 damage off the FUT because they forgot to counter.
So it is now 4-4.
Yes, indeed.
Which is completely tied up.
And with... How many minutes left on the round? 2 minutes left on the round.
This
everything
is possibly to come down to time. It's going to be close.
I mean, I suspect the closer it gets to time, the more it's favoured for the runner because they can just attack everything.
Slam the centrals.
They're getting the Fuji.
Getting a Fuji. Oh, is it going to the bottom of the deck potentially? From the Let Them Dream trigger.
Oh, you can pop it at the bottom of the deck, of course.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Almost certainly not bringing it to the uniced HQ.
I was going to say that is a very bold play. Basically saying,
I would
come get it.
respect the hard.
I'm not even going to score this next
time.
time.
You can protect it with Moonpool, but that seems a bit of a waste. Yeah, going to the bottom of the deck. And now, this feels like any turn can be the last turn here. Sleeper could so easily win. This, we're seeing 1 damage from the Fuji. It's an Echelon. That doesn't matter anymore.
Yep.
But it isn't an Anacam draw.
Indeed. Okay, interesting. We'll see how the court can take it from here. Because I think, given that we know there's a moon pool on the top of the deck, if the court can scramble some eggs and make some threats and get 2 agendas in hand, they can just eke out a win.
Yep.
45 seconds on the clock.
This looks like it is going to be Egg getting the last turn here. Sleeper's still yet to take any clicks. So I feel like this is likely to come down to a tie unless Tea Leaf has... If Sleeper doesn't find the agenda this turn, Moonpool Regenesis can put you just over the line.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm feeling this is probably Sleeper's game if this is the last turn.
Yeah. Because you only need to find the agenda by click 2 if it's a 3-1 score.
Can't quite make out what's in hand, but if there is a deep dive in there, if there's the third deep dive, but
time has been called on the
the
round,
round.
so
Sleeper gets his 4 clicks.
just hammer
The
R&D.
chances of finding something are pretty high this late into the game.
Hammer R&D and HQ. Just hammer R&D and HQ.
It's not like there's DZ, Azimat, and Creative in hand, it looks like. So this is just going to be look for singles, I think, is the best line.
Mm-hmm. So, let's see. So, is that an agenda? I guess is the $1 million
Is the big
question. But if it is an agenda, either the Corp can't score it and score it next turn because it's a Fuji, or there's still 2 live Fujis left in the deck. So at which point maybe you dig for the Fuji and try and go for a win. I mean, all your deep dives are gone.
There's also the Corp's down to 5 credits, so that ice res could potentially just knock them out from scoring. So if you wanted to force a tie, that'd be your best run. But we are going Archives first.
Okay.
Diffusing Regenesis.
Yep, that is one of the Corp sounds.
But we do know there is a
Moonpool on the table, and they're not just going to let that go.
So if there's an agenda in here, I think you do have to Moonpool it, but that's taking you down to 2 credits.
Oh?
We are thinking about it. Yep, firing the Moonpool. So this is just going to make R&D denser.
Yeah.
I like this click 1 a lot. This just forces the Moonpool out. It makes your almost certain R&D run more likely to hit.
3 Fuji still alive in there. And that Fuji that just got bottomed, it's not on the bottom. Probably not on the bottom.
We'll be taking 2 FUT damage though. Which means you do have to end this turn with some amount of cards because those Bladderworts are going to ping twice.
Yeah. I mean, if you touch a Fuji, then it doesn't matter how many counters FUT has, it's not going to do it. Okay, Fuji
Shuffling
coming
a
back.
Fuji, which means there are now... This is going to undo the Let Them Dream.
Yeah.
Fuji under white space just to offset the density issue.
Yeah. I think... Is that shouting that's a Regenesis over there? It might be a Regenesis behind... Propeller? behind Samaxamuni?
It could be. It's been sitting there a bit.
Because you can't steal it, even though that would win you on time, because you take too much damage if you took the damage from Samaxamuni.
Yeah. And we know Tea Leaf is very happy to just table agendas. We've seen it more than once this game.
Yeah, and but if that's a maximum, you just go draw, Hannah run it.
Yep.
And then I think you're fine.
Running R&D, seeing the top card. This could be it. Quite easily could be it.
Any access could be game at this point. So we're seeing 1 of R&D.
Stays. It's nothing. Oh, it's a hostile. We are trashing it so we can go back for another access.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's see what we get. Stays. R&D has just been solid this game.
Yeah, it's not giving up any access.
I don't think we've seen a single agenda off R&D. We are choosing which server to Hannah run. Either the Samak... We can't really afford to run the Samak, so it has to be this unrest ice.
We're running this ice now. If this is a... So a Hannah running, 4 cards in hand. If this is a Samaxamuni, then I don't think Propeller can get up to strength.
We don't have the credits for it. We've only got 2 credits on Corp side, so the only thing that stops you is a tattoo, and you can't afford to res that.
Yeah. It is
a Regenesis. Oh.
So the runner takes 2 damage, but they don't care.
They don't care unless opening can unless Tea Leaf has a way to kill. If that is we can't afford Reaper function. Is there any way of scoring out from 4 credits and doing
measured response?
Measured response is very No, Sleeper has 8 credits, the magic number.
Oh no! So yeah, measured response is off the table. I think Sleeper has just walked away
I
with
think
this.
this is very possible, unless I don't think there's many lines an egg can take for this. We'll
Yeah.
see. And we still have clicks left.
I think that's largely
I
academic
think,
at this
yeah,
point.
I'd be happy drawing up here and just saying winning on points.
Mm.
Yeah, which is exactly what we're doing. I don't think there's any way egg can pull back there.
Okay, I think we're seeing some talk here.
This is the bladderwort fires.
Ah, yes. Yep. So, Bladderwort fires, but I don't really know what...
I do wonder if no, we don't have anything on the table here. Well, we have the one
I mean, they could score another hybrid release.
hybrid release. If they're on 3, a lot of eggs are only on the 1, but hybrid release would be doing it, and we're searching for something. Is there anything Tea Leaf can find here?
I'm not sure. With no Moonpool on the table, there is still that unknown card in server... in server 1.
Checking cards in hand. I'm wondering if there's a potential Moonpool Blood in the Water play here.
Yeah,
But
possibly.
click 1 draw. We are looking for
Click 2 draw.
click 3. I don't think there's anything last click they can do.
Drawing
Yeah.
for measured response.
But no,
Doesn't find
nothing.
it. Good game.
Well,
Okay,
very
and
well
Sleeper
played
wins on
from both
time.
players. That was a tight game the entire way through.
That was lots of back and forth, lots of kind of heading off each other at the pass. I think with a couple of with a well placed score or two on the corpse side, that could have easily been a complete reversal.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, a good game from both players, really well played, and that is our round 6, I believe.
Yeah, that is round 6 done. There are 3 rounds remaining tonight.
Yep, exciting times. So we are going to take a very quick break while we set up for the next round, and then we'll be back with some more Netrunner. See you soon. and welcome back to round 7 of the of EMEA. We have a couple of players coming up. We're just going to add their names on the stream. So we have what looks like Arasana.
Oh, this is Harmon V versus. I'm showing everyone. This is table 31.
Bear with us just a second.
Oh, our screen's just come off.
Bear with us just a second.
There we go, fixed. Alright, this is Harmon B versus Waffles. Harmon B on Arasana and Waffles on Nuvang.
Harmon B.
The excellent little axolotl with a glow stick headband on the table. We'd love to see that. Versus Nuvang. This should be a fairly interesting matchup. We've not seen either of these IDs yet today. And it's going to be interesting to see what kind of Nuvang we're on. I've been seeing quite a few different kinds in the recent meta. Everything from complete remoteless, bad pub, fast advance.
Right. Okay. We'll just get some names up for you. So we have Harmon B on the left, and we have Waffles on the right, and
Shaper into Wayland.
Shaper into Wayland. So we haven't seen a lot of Arasana this run. So it should be an interesting matchup, especially into Wayland. So that's Nuvang, did you say? Sorry.
Nuvang, yeah, we have a Nuvang. So we have the trash all of your cards for money.
And 54 card.
54
deck,
card.
Which is it's a lot of cards.
It's a lot of cards.
I mean, you're trashing a lot of them, but it's a lot of cards to get through.
So much money, though. It's so much money.
So this should be a really interesting matchup.
I am curious if this is going to be full remoteness, if it's going to be fast advance. We saw quite a bit of fast advance Nuvang, or more of a rush Nuvang than fast advance that is just pushing fast as a way to really deal with like a lot of the Doom Rig lures going around recently. Just going so fast that you can't get your breakers set up before they've scored out, and then firing into a Miyoshu to win the game.
Yeah, Miyoshu is so I'm gonna be honest. When I saw Miyoshu, I'm like, okay, that's cool. You're never gonna be able to play it though. It's 10 credits, and you have to do it at the same time you scored an agenda. And we've seen it a few times this tournament.
It's doing well out of a lot of Wayland.
Yeah, so it's a nice little enclosure, and you're building up a big stack of cash because you want to play double measured anyway.
Yeah.
Why play measured when you can just win the game?
Why play measured when you can just add points to your score area? That's true Netrunner, frankly. But Nuvang does it well, just in the sense of you're getting so much money from Nuvang, and Green Mail gives you that money back.
Okay.
Wait, no, it doesn't. I'm getting you confused with Vicky. I don't know what Wayland cards do. I don't like Wayland.
Time hasn't started yet, so we're just getting a bit of friendly table talk, and I do love that. In Netrunner, and everyone's not just sitting there sullen, not talking to each other.
Look how happy the axolotl is.
Everyone's
just
happy.
having a chill time.
Yeah, the axolotl's adorable. Yeah, we're just setting up. Harmon B using the lovely PCB Arasana.
Yep.
I love that. I love
One
those.
of my favourite alts.
Do you know who makes them?
I do not. I just know someone ran up to me at Worlds and gave me one. And I'm very happy.
They are, and they're just the right size because I have had a few altods which are glorious, but they're the wrong size, so they don't fit in the deck box, which is a bit of a problem. The Arasana perfectly sized in PCB. Right, I think.
We are about to start. Time still hasn't started.
Yep, we're just waiting for.
Both players do have their starting hands.
And we're just
sitting wave to the camera. I do see an above the law in Nuvang's hand, which if we can snipe a UAV or an environmental testing with that, you'll be very happy.
That's a big set.
There's an event horizon in there too, which we can assume there's going to be
Valentau as well, which is interesting. 1 Miyoshu, 3 reanimation protocol, Cultivate, which is a card I'm going to have to now look up.
Cultivate has been really popular in Nuvang. It is a very strong card. It's just look at the top 5 cards of R&D, trash one, add one to HQ, and arrange the rest in any order. It's very strong.
Okay. I think we are just getting
Started now.
the starting.
But yeah, of course, Cultivate a natural fit here because the trash from Cultivate counts for your Nuveng trash, which gives you 2 credits. So it's really suited to these kind of very speedy rush decks, push out behind maybe a Pharos or any kind of strong ice or event horizon, and you just have the money to res everything, and the runner can't keep up. That is generally the game plan.
And we have got 3 Pharos and 3 Toxin and 3 Tree Lines, so we're in for a very Glacier-esque game in this one. In terms of upgrades, I am not seeing, and time has started. I'm seeing a Malapert and Data Vault, but that's about it. All I'm seeing on the upgrade front. So it looks like this corp is very much wanting to drag the runner through some very expensive ice that they can't afford to repeatedly break, and we're off to the races. Here we go.
Click one hedge fund.
Classic
Love
opening.
to see it. And we are looking at the top of R&D. We are not trashing it.
Interesting.
Important card. We're not seeing a draw either though, but just ice, HQ, R&D. Yes.
Oh, we got a nice hedge fund turning start. That's a classic from back in the day.
You love that start. We are just running the R&D, knowing that that is a card the Corp cares about. It is Event Horizon, which we can just pay through. There's nothing on the table.
Yeah.
And if the Corp trashes this, which there's no way they can afford that.
I think you just
could just bounce.
Yeah, I think that's probably the correct because Event Horizon does just let you end the run, doesn't it?
It does just trash to end the run. Yep, we are just bouncing off that. Running HQ. Already back down to 5 credits for Nuveng. We'll be back up soon enough. It's like we're maybe discussing Arasana triggers. Potentially there's a stowaway that wants to be involved. Arasana, of course, can choose to install stowaway after you've passed the ice because it counts on successful run. So if you don't res, and it looks like maybe that's what we're doing with those counters. Yep, Arasana installing stowaway. So gaining 2 credits from this run now as we access.
Good money.
And we know there's an agenda in hand. What are we seeing?
Pharos.
It's a Pharos.
Okay. So going back in. If you're not gonna stop me, I'm gonna
take this clip for 2 credits.
I'm gonna
access.
Work off my free Mopus.
That is a tree line. Yes, tree line. So we have seen the combination of Pharos tree line already.
Yep, I suspect Humby knew that was coming.
Yep, it's you can imagine it's going to be there in Wayland. Quite a one Wayland wants to set up very quickly, and creative commission last click.
Yep. That is indeed a plushie Meme.
Yeah, tree lining a Pharos in this matchup, generally...
Oh, it's a lockout.
Unless we are on Gauss, or some Shapers are running Rising Tide specifically for this, but I don't know if I'd expect that out of Arasana.
Yeah, you can also get through it once with a fully loaded propeller, I believe.
No, fully loaded propeller is not enough unless you have... what is the card called where you install and charge it? Rigging up. If you're rigging up a propeller, you can get it to 5 counters, which is just enough to break a full-strength Pharos.
Once.
Just once. But ideally,
is not a
you
repeat
only
runner.
need to break it once.
Yes.
Event Horizon does not exist.
Okay, so runner up, not a huge amount of board state, but a reasonable amount of cash, has created a threat that the Corp has to respect.
Second Cultivate.
We're seeing a cultivate. So rearrange the top 5.
Wait, not second Cultivate. This is the first one.
It's the first cultivate. We're talking about
It's
cultivate.
been 7 rounds. We're seeing the top 5.
Yeah, the streamer fatigue is setting in, folks. We love bringing you content, but it has also been 7 rounds.
There's a descent in R&D somewhere. What are we looking to trash and add to HQ? Classically, Cultivate the card that means let me spend 5 minutes now, because there is a lot of thinking involved in Cultivate. It changes a lot. We are trashing something. Didn't quite catch that. I believe I do see a basalt in there, though. Oh, taking it back. Yep. Cultivate is a thinker.
Trashing something different.
adding whatever that is to hand. And there we go, reordering them back in. So we know there is a Basalt in that top 3. It's probably not the top card.
I would assume that Waffles isn't being quite that bold.
Mhm.
Although, I mean,
If
why
you
would the
want to
runner
push
run?
it, yeah.
Why would the runner run?
There isn't much. After you've played a Cultivate, there isn't much reason to check R&D generally. So it would actually be fairly safe on top. But why take that risk?
It also means that you can't trash it off with your Nuven ability.
And now we are running back on HQ. We're probably going to see a res here, Corp on 8 credits. That is a Valen Chow or a Bran?
It's
That is
a
a
Bran.
Bran, yeah. It's a
Ooh,
fancy
I mean,
Bran.
you're running at click 1, but
So-
that did break the Corp.
Do we see an Arisana install to get past this? We could Muse for Propeller. We could also just click the top sub and bounce. You're quite happy with Nuven going down to 2 credits.
Yeah, I think so.
We
Yeah,
are just letting it full
letting it
fire,
fire.
so taking an ice
Yeah,
from
that's,
Archives.
I don't hate that as a play.
Yeah.
Then we are spec work and
Spec working that stowaway, nice.
Yeah, okay. So the runners built up a nice head of steam money-wise. They need to build up their board state, otherwise they are going to they're going to run out of steam elsewhere.
However, you're pretty happy with how much tempo the Corp has lost here from resing that Bran.
Huge amounts. Like the deep dives are going to be painful when it has to happen, but you'll have an answer for Bran.
Exactly.
Event Horizon obviously stops deep dive dead in its tracks unless you.
You do have to find a way to force it out first, yeah, before your deep dive turn.
Or you can use Hannah wheels.
Yes, or Arisana playing a lot of Pikachu as well.
Yep, piece of shit.
Installing that from hand to guarantee the spec click.
So there's ways and means, but I think that's going to come much later. We're still in the very early stages
Do
here.
you think there is an illumination in Harmon B's hand, which feels bad with an Event Horizon right there?
I'll just chuck a Hush down. You'll be fine. And
Yeah.
Arizona often plays Hush.
That is true.
We haven't seen any UAVs yet,
Yep.
which is a bit of a bit. Well, we haven't seen anything on the runner side aside
Yeah,
from
this
money.
is completely borderless so far. To be fair, not all Arisanas are on UAV at the moment. It seems a bit of a... Either you're going a bit slower and you'll have the UAV engine, or you're going very fast and you're running a lot of illuminations and you're just saying, I'm not going to need UAV credits.
So the Corp just setting up a remote and taking two credits. So this pretty clearly telegraphs I'm going to have an agenda soon. They're not going to have the money to score it though.
Not if they want to protect it, but with Nuveng we are now in Petty Cash range, and Petty Cash is pretty good with Nuveng's ability. We are playing the Illumination. Are we seeing a Hush from hand, or are we just trying to bait out... We are
Paying.
clicking... Well, not clicking, we are paying through the Event Horizon.
And the Corp just letting it go.
They are not popping, they are saving that for the deep dive turn, perhaps.
This is some very.
I mean, if you pop it, what are the odds there's just second Illumination?
We've had first illumination, yeah. What about second illumination?
The room is not bright enough yet. We are popping the Event Horizon, ending that run. So yeah, Illumination is so much... And here's
Here's
the...
the
Oh
second.
no, it's a creative commission.
Oh, okay.
That's a shame. It's 4 credits, but it's not as fun. We have dealt with that Event Horizon, though. And that is, so important for later in the game. That is an early decision that is going to make a big difference when it comes to the deep dive turn.
Yeah. So getting that Event Horizon out. We're seeing a Petty Cash.
Yep, Petty Cash has just been fired. So now we are getting that Nuveng trigger, and we are back in the money. Nuveng can bounce back so quickly.
And I think that was the last of the known cards for the
Yep.
Corp.
So we are probably likely to see a jam here, I expect, or we're going to try and button up R&D a bit more. But with this kind of Nuveng deck, they tend to want to go fast, so I'm expecting some kind of push.
Yeah, I think with the runner on this lighter board state, you actually have a reasonable chance of a push here with winning above the law or something like that,
Yep.
sticking.
Although you don't potentially want to score an above the law this early when there's nothing to trash with it.
Well, yeah,
Feels a bit of a waste.
yeah, that's true.
Sometimes you just need points.
Yeah, because the Corp does need to get their skates on. The runner's running around with what looks like 18 credits, so they've got all the gas they need, they just need the car.
And of course, Arisana, one piece of ice is not enough to stop a boardless Arisana. She can pull anything from her deck, if there's a Muse in hand, SMC, or just anything potentially in hand offers a very, very difficult position to. You can't quite gear check her reliably.
So we're re-icing R&D, which I think makes sense because you don't
Yep.
want to eliminate. And we're advancing, so that's telegraphing pretty heavily. It's a Pharos or Tree Line.
Yep. Yeah, there's not going to be many cards Nuveng plays that are advanceable that aren't Pharos or Tree Line. And Tree Line being advanced does make it one extra propeller counter to get past, which is definitely worth doing.
So running
Yeah.
R&D to force the res again.
And we see, yep, it is a Tree Line.
Okay, and tree line.
Are we installing off this, or are we just going to bounce?
I mean, it does gain the.
Yep, we have bounced, and we are installing Dr. Nuka.
Okay.
And it goes back to the corp. Back down to 4 credits. Like, I'm doing a very good job of just applying this early pressure and slowing down a deck that just wants to go fast. Like, even with Nuveng's bounce back utility, you have just bought an extra turn, effectively, from forcing that res.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna be applying a lot of pressure from a no board state position, which is just really good runner skills here. You want to be applying pressure when it's safe to do so to set the court back.
And against Wayland and as Arasana, there's very little you're scared of.
Yeah, and especially given that you can Arasana out a whole bunch of stuff
Yep.
whilst you're applying that pressure. Despite being a shaper, Arasana can usually play a lot more like a criminal in terms of aggression.
Yeah.
Which is lovely to see. So
Just second
considering
ice in that remote,
above
and
the-
we are getting a push.
of the above the law in the
Oof.
remote, despite the fact that there's a nuker, I
Oh,
guess.
you would be quite happy to hit a 2-counter nuker, but there's probably going to be one of those counters gone. It's not the ideal target for it, but if you've got it sitting in hand, you might as well just score it. You get those points on the table, you can jam something else, and if you've got nothing else in hand, what else are you doing, really? You want points and you want them quick. So it looks like we are nukering. Is that a Beatrice I see in hand?
Possibly.
Not a commonly seen card, but a double-click run on HQ that lets you access from R&D, which in the current board state is probably not what you want, but...
It's interesting tech.
Oh, second illumination comes down.
Okay, how are we
So
going
we are-
through this with a
We are
propeller?
Arasana installing a repeller
Okay.
for the click compression, presumably. I wonder if we'll see a simul chip off the illumination to bring it immediately back.
So we're illuminating out
That is-
compilation.
Defadata Drones, Cup, and one more install.
We're considering
Thinking
it.
about it.
Yep, we
Ooh.
see the Beatrice hit the table.
Beatrice comes down. Even if she's never clicked, that is just extra HQ pressure. We are spending the drone counter, so we see 2 cards here. Thinking about this one, cupping it. Yeah, KPI. That is a very
Yep.
solid card. for
KPI
Nuveng.
you want to take away from the corp, and the other one stays.
I think you're very happy with that turn.
I think that's a really good turn. So the propeller's gone, which is sad times, but it'll be back. I'm sure.
I think trading a propeller for a cup and 2 accesses is pretty worthwhile. And on 1 counter, there's no ice that 1 counter propeller breaks in Wayland, really.
Yeah, I think so. So it's a reasonable trade. Power of Ari, because quite often when Wu was around, you'd never worry about Wu's second part because you'd always find a way to not have it installed on the turn and turn it ended. Whereas with Arasana, I see a lot of players not installing Trojans, which is what the ID ostensibly is intended for, but using it to install other programs instead, which makes it a lot more again a lot more crim, a lot more. I'm getting what I need for now, not necessarily what I need for the long term, which is really nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see a fencer on the table as well. And with that above the law in the remote, we do actually have above the law targets.
Yes. I don't know if you care about the Beatrice, but the fencer can probably go.
Well, it's a tricky one because generally this Nuveng is not going to be on that many trashables that fencer's going to do much.
True.
But then Beatrice,
Beatrice is one of those ones that it doesn't do anything until it does something.
Underestimate at your peril. It looks like Beatrice is not doing anything now, but 5 turns from there, that could be very different.
Exactly. So the Corp having going up into the tank a little bit, having a think.
There is a seamless in hand, I believe, so we are thinking about scoring that above the law. So maybe this is wondering, do we wait for a spicier resource, or do we just take what we can get? I generally respect the hubris of waiting for something more fun to trash. That's my preferred line.
I mean, you'd be waiting. What were you waiting for here? UAV or
UAV environmental testing. Yeah, maybe a nuker if Alaska nuker, which is possible. Otherwise, maybe Paladin. Paladin feels like a natural fit in a lot of Arisana decks.
That's true, but at the same time, while you're waiting for that target to arrive, the runner is building up elsewhere. So
it looks like we are just advancing tree line. So it's on 3 advancements now, taking it to 7 strength, making it really annoying for Propeller to deal with. It costs a full Propeller to get through. Only 2 more advancements before Propeller does nothing to that. Here's the EMP testing.
So
that hubris paying off. Well, potentially.
Yeah. I don't see how the runner gets into there this turn.
Oh, that is a nasty punish.
So I think that environmental testing is going to is not long for this world.
Let's see. We are pettying from the bin. Oh. Sort of Damocles hanging over this inf testing's head.
I don't see how you let this go. You can't let the runner have this. Like, obviously, the better hit would be something like UAV, because then they're digging.
This is so many credits on EMP testing when it pops off.
Exactly.
Still thinking about it. Maybe just thinking of we should seamless. Yeah,
Oh,
triple
here we
advance, score above the law. Oh, it's so sad. Every time. At least it's not a twinning. Every time you install twinning against Wayland, there isn't above the law waiting for you. It just happens.
There's a hidden line on it. In the text in the background that says the Corp gets a free above the law.
Yeah.
Even if they're playing Jinteki.
Yeah, no, it's happened before. And I didn't judge call them because, I don't know, it seemed reasonable.
Okay.
Spec working the Devadata drones, saying, I can't get through 7 strength tree line.
I think that's a reasonable assessment.
Probably wise. Playing another EMP testing. There's only 1 above the law on the deck, legally, so it's probably safe. And installing Rising Tide, so we do have a solution for this big ice here.
Okay, so is this a 3 propeller, 1 Rising Tide Arizona?
That would not surprise me. That seems plausible. And given we already have the 1 propeller in the bin, that's a 2 strength tide.
Yeah, 3 propeller, 1 Rising Tide is the tech. So that will help a lot, because that means that you're starting from strength 4. So that's a much more reasonable 3 to boost, 1 and 2 to break.
Becomes a very strong breaker at that point. One of my favourite decks I've played recently is a DAO who only plays Fractors and uses them to get to Rising Tide 7 strength and then chromatophores every ice.
Excellent. Oh, I love to see decks like that. Okay, so I think the runner's starting to feel the pinch a bit.
Yeah.
HQ gone. R&D painful. This remote 2 unknown ice, like. This is what the Corp wants.
And Corp is up on credits. That's 13 credits, which is enough to plausibly res 2 pretty expensive pieces of ice. Arizona does generally have ways to cheat, but generally less so against the barrier-heavy Wayland. Like, we're very happy to just install a Physarum Entangler from instant speed, but it's much harder when you just face-check a Pharos and you need to find a Repeller.
So, we've got another DZ Meezy out.
Now our programs are even cheaper. We are running the remote.
Okay.
It's forcing the reses. It's a flywheel. That is a really fun card that isn't that common right now.
Yeah, you don't see flywheel that often. So fairly solid subroutine. Game 1 credit, you may draw 1 card. Game 1 credit, you may draw 1 card. So it doesn't end the run. It's just
pure tempo and into a Pharos res.
So that one will slow you down.
It is unadvanced, so I think we can break this, but it's going to be expensive. This is going to cost all our money if we want to get in.
And we're doing it.
We're doing it. We're going for it. Do we have an agenda here? It's a Spin Doctor!
Oh no.
That is so much tempo lost.
That is painful.
And also asking to trash it as well. We've got the 2 credits on Fencer, so I think we are going to have to pop that
I
spin.
think you do have to trash. You, like, if you would access it, you would trash it, because you need to spend those Fencer credits if nothing else. Because Fencer has, in terms of the companions, has the cheapest. I'm angry with you. There are too many credits on me. Punishment, which is it just takes a real credit away from you, but it's adding one every turn. So if you think you're going to spend them eventually, then it's
you
kind
can
of
keep stacking them up. And the more you get on there, the more you want to keep them around, because it's just you've got 9 credits on Fencer. Letting Fencer go is then admitting defeat.
Exactly. So you never want to get rid of it. It's a trap. It just ends up just siphoning money out of your pockets.
So we are spinning back. I think that was a face down basalt.
We're putting a hush on the tree line, so now it's
nice.
back down.
All those credits spent have been made completely worthless, and it is now a 3 credit break with Rising Tide.
Yes, 2 to boost, 1 to break.
Of course, Hush is going to be very important in this matchup, both in the way you can move it around at instant speed if you're using simul chips, but also people forget you can just click Hush to move it wherever you want.
I'm going to be transparent. I played Arasana for a good 2 months with Hush in the deck before I realised, that was Hush has text that's not just blank this card.
Look, there are secret abilities cards in Netrunner have if you read their card text. It's why I'm bad at Netrunner, because I miss all of them. Yeah, it looks like we are tree lining that Pharaoh, so it is now temp strength. So we do have to decide: do we want to hush the tree line on R&D or the brand? Maybe we're just going to flick back and forth.
Yeah, you do not want to go through that Pharaohs too many times. That is painful. But this, again, even with the hushed tree line, I think the Corp is in a fairly dominant position here. The runner is definitely catching up.
It feels the Corp is favoured, but I think this could go either way still.
I think so. Like one more, like if the runner finds one more thing to install to pop their environmental testing to get them back into money, I think they're in with a real chance here.
Yeah, and with that copulation threatening HQ, you are just forcing Waffles to jam any agenda they get.
So interestingly, keeping the tree line around, I suppose there's still three credit tags.
It's making there is an argument for trashing it just to get rid of the hush, but you can also say having that there means you do have to decide where the hush is going.
True. So we see a ritual drawing up.
Might be a pretty Mary de Silva in the hand as well.
I think I see that, yeah.
Which is a fun card. This is maybe a kind of Girlsian Arasana. Harmby, the creator of girls, which would make sense. Women do owe a lot to Harmby.
So do you reckon that means there's probably an Eru somewhere in the deck as well?
Quite possibly. Beatrice and Eru would be a very nasty combination.
Removing the hush, so that Ferris is now down to a reasonable strength.
Yep. Are we going to run... Well, Simul Chip, which pops in for testing, which will give us enough to get through this Pharaoh, so we'll have to let the flywheel fire.
Yeah, but it's just
two credits, 2 cards.
Yeah, it's just letting the
overclocking. Yeah, we are going for it.
Yeah.
Overclock, a really cheap way to get in now because, well, it's a 5 credit break. I think 6 credit break. I can count. I can do maths. It's fine.
Nice. So, yep. So going through the flywheel, which is tempo for the runner.
Yep.
Does the draws.
That is another. It's looking like there's quite a few agendas in hand right now, including a Basalt Spire, which is a fairly scary position for the Corp to be in, especially when there's a cup right on the table.
Penguin, the ID is Nuvum on the Corp side.
So we are... It is a Malapert. But we have the Fencer credits. Fencer has paid off.
Fencer has paid off.
This deck has like 3 trashables, and Fencer has found them.
Well, there we go. So, there's been some exchanges. Point totals are barely shifted. Two points on the.
That is another Basalt just pulled off R&D. So we are very highly flooded right now, and it doesn't feel like the Corp is in a position to actually jam them.
Yeah, and we've lost 1 Spin Doctor already. I don't think they run any other recursions. So,
we are reanimating though. What is in the bin to reanimate? I love this card. Just bring back an undead ice.
Green Skull.
We have resurrected. We have resurrected a building.
What are we reanimating? Reanimation protocol. So install and res 1 ice from archives, paying a total of 10 credits left for your res piece of non-liability ice. It basically becomes a liability ice and gives you a bad pub. That, I think, is going to pay dividends for the
Ooh,
runner.
Yeah, Bad Pub is very useful, especially for Arisana, for using it to get those installs.
Exactly. Like every time I was playing Arizona and got a bad pub, I was just like, you've just given me so much money.
Yeah. Like, and Army is running quite a lot this game.
Bringing back the
Event Horizon, yeah.
Bringing back the Event Horizon. I mean, if Harmony has a second Hush, I think we know where it's going.
I don't know if anyone is playing 2 Hushes, but this would be the time for it. This does feel like, I think we're seeing a jam here. I think with 2 Basalts in hand, this is as safe as you're going to get.
So it's the...
Oh, maybe not jamming there.
So you can't jam...
Yep, jamming Basalt.
Okay.
Do we have a click left to advance it? I don't think we do.
And I think I saw a Seamless in the corpse list.
There is a Seamless in hand.
There are 3
one.
Seamlesses in the corpse list. So it could. So if this is a case of reanimate, install, advance, then they are threatening a 5/3 next turn, which would put them.
Feed just frozen.
Okay.
We are having some minor technical issues.
Okay, we're having some minor technical issues. We are just going to take a quick break to fix those. We'll be right back.
Perfect, thank you.
And we are back. Apologies for that. So, Corp hasn't scored anything, so the board state doesn't seem to have advanced whilst we were gone.
Play was briefly paused for us to fix the camera, and now it's back. It will be resuming just as soon as our TO gets back to the table.
Okie dokie. Apologies for the jump scare there, E-Dog. Yes, we'll turn down the music a bit more when we come back in because Mike is continuing to be a little quiet. Okay, no problem. Anyway, where were we?
I do want to add, when I got to the table and informed of technical difficulties, Humminbee said, "My loss won't be recorded." Excellent. I am sorry to say to her that it might be. She might not lose though. She's in a pretty decent position.
Yeah, we're going on an HQ, and going on HQ is absolutely the right call at the minute because HQ is loaded.
Yes, yeah, it is. Rolling a dice.
We see
a slash and burn. That is a
slash and
lovely
burn.
hit.
Good for steel. Stops the corp rushing out.
A toxin
Toxin, don't care about
Very, very nice piece of ice for this deck. The dice did not give the right number, so we get the right number. It's a basalt!
that. That's a basalt, that is.
That is 5 points, and now immediately in measured response range. And that was the last click.
Yeah, so
Double measured is enough.
to close the game. And I think the runner has 5.
6 credits and 5 in hand. Reanimation protocol being added back to hand by the basalt skill.
So 4 cards in hand. So 1 measured won't do it, 2 measured
I
will.
need to find the second one. Now, Nuveng is a bigger deck than usual, is relatively inconsistent, and I don't think I see a measured in hand.
Yeah.
So it looks like Harmby is getting away with this, potentially. Oh, we are trashing Fencer. Heartless. Cruel. Some people, honestly.
Can't be mean to novels. Is Fencer a novel?
Fencer's a novel, yeah, Fencer's a good novel. You know, there could be a second Malapert Data Vault in this deck to trash.
I think that's literally all we trash about.
It's the only thing we've trashed, and there's not likely other trashables. We are drawing, potentially.
Okay.
There's another Slash and Burn in hand.
And I think I saw an Azef in there as well.
So we could seamless slash the, well, we can't seamless slash. We can seamless slash basalt and use basalt counters protect the slash, but that is a pretty gutsy line when that remote is safe. You can leave the basalt there. Just playing a hedge fund. And me notably wiping her brow there, realizing Devil Measured is not on the table. Interesting decisions for the Corp here. Do we... Because advancing this agenda in the remote does say that's an agenda, and I think
Yeah,
we're going for it. Can we score it? With 2 clicks left, I don't think we can.
I don't think so.
So this is basically saying the game is in the remote, unless that's a let them dream. So the question is, I think you could plausibly get in here.
Okay. So if if Harmon B has the what's the one that lets you move Trojans around while you're running?
What is that called? It's not Joyride. It is the other one compared to Joyride. Spree.
Spree.
It's Spree. That was not just whispered to us from someone outside the room. We knew what that card was.
So Spree, which I'm not sure is even in the deck.
I don't know if anyone has played Spree before.
Spree was big in the Loud era.
Ah, I see. In the times before.
Yeah. So Spree would let you run, and then you can use the hosted power counter to move it onto. Oh no, but they'd still be able to end the run, so that doesn't work. Never mind.
Yeah.
Ignore me. I thought I was being very clever. Right. So
if the ice was in the other order, that could work. Where if the Event Horizon was behind Pharos, we could break the Pharos and then chip the Hush to Hush Event Horizon, which would be a very cool play.
possibly,
Unfortunately, not possible here.
but I think unfortunately, first of all, it's not in the list, and second of all,
not be in the list.
the ice order is wrong. So I think that's unlikely to happen.
You never know. Like maybe the court player looks away from the table for 5 seconds and then looks back and is like, well, it probably was that way in the first place. But we'll see. I do think it is on this credit total. It is possible we could get into that remote. It'll be very difficult. We need exactly the right cards, but I think it could happen.
Yeah.
And the question is, does Hammonby want to commit all of that if she has it on the chance of a let them dream?
Yeah.
And you'd be firing Flywheel twice, and if the Corp didn't have measured before, they'd probably have it after.
Does the Corp have Mioshu?
Corp is definitely on Mioshu.
Yeah, and Corp has
That
Mioshu.
is almost certainly what Malapert is for.
Yeah, so the risk that you might have here is that they go seamless advance Mioshu, and that closes the game in one go.
Of course, the basalt score, if it goes through, represents a huge swing for the Corp, just because of how much it can suddenly threaten double and even triple measured off only a single card sometimes.
So, yeah.
Pretty Mary being installed, so we are giving up on the remote. We don't have any multi-access on R&D yet, but we are clearly setting up for it. We might be planning to use Beatrice to get 3 cards off R&D. We do have clicks remaining for that. So we could be just going for that run here.
Yeah.
Breaking Bran, and we don't have anything to descent yet.
No, we don't. Oh, they might have something in hand.
Could have something in hand.
All it takes is one. So I think we've passed the turn. I think the Corp is... Yep,
We are seeing something. Yep. Just scoring that basal out. And now any run threatens so much potential damage from measured.
I mean, that was already the case with the...
It was, but now it can happen off one measured.
Yes, that's true, because they can recur it.
Corp only needs the one.
I'll preemptively add the points in the assumption this is they are scoring this. They might not. They technically don't have
They
to.
can just seamless and leave it. Okay, Corp back up to 9 credits, which for Nuveng very easily within double measured range. Yep, there's that basal. 2 counters. Ugh.
So do you just click the hush back on the tree line and just go as aggressively onto R&D as you can?
Very
at this point?
plausibly. I think you might just want to Beatrice just for the extra accesses and the known cards. If you can find the unity, of course.
Yes.
Because the main problem with Beatrice is it's a clickability.
And it's a double clickability
Which
at that.
means you can't use things like Overclock. Which is kind of a really useful card for Arasana. You do see agendas in hand, and now this is game point for both players, effectively.
Yeah.
One more jam from the Corp here, and that could just be it.
And the runner just needs to touch one agenda. 1, 3, 2. That's all it'll take. Green Mill won't do it, but I don't think there's any Green Mills in the deck.
Unlikely to be green mails in there. Corp thinking hard about whether they can afford to push. Because I feel like your overriding urge is push. The win is there. I can just take it.
Yeah, 100%.
And Humby is not quite set up yet. It might be this game is going too fast for measured to even be a threat.
Possibly. I mean, so the other factor is time. So we got a small time extension of unknown amount, but the main round time is going to end in 4 minutes.
So we probably have about maybe 6 to 8 minutes left, which is enough time for either of them to just score or touch an agenda. We are jamming. That looked like an agenda. We couldn't get in last turn. Can we get in this turn? If we have an Echelon, it's possible. Echelon and Overclock, I think, is enough to do this twice.
I still think the correct play here is to get your Unity out somehow. I'm not entirely sure how. And then Beatrice.
The problem, of course, here being like that could just as easily be a Spin Doctor.
Oh, it's you. It's Euler, isn't it?
Euler, yeah. I'd be surprised if B isn't on Euler.
I think we saw an Euler.
Yeah, I think there was one in hand.
During the when we had the technical difficulties. So if Euler's in the bin, then you just need to deal with Bran. And Bran is like not that pricey.
Yeah, it's what 6 credits for Tide. You can afford that. And with 2 DZs, getting the Euler down is cheap.
Yeah.
And you can pull that down from Arasana. So this is essentially deciding commit everything to a remote run that might not be an agenda, or just go for free off R&D. It's not an easy decision.
Yeah, and I think that's what Harmon Bees is thinking about at the minute. But taking your time as you should. And this is the critical junction to decide which way you're going to go.
Correctly realizing this is likely going to be the last turn. We are going for the remote.
We're overclocking the remote, so.
Similarly, we are going to Arasana install something to get past that. It's a Chromatophores.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to be letting Flywheel fire.
And this actually works just fine because the event horizon has to pop and take itself off the board.
Yeah. So we can get through just the Tide. This is the way through. Unless we have a second overclock in hand, I don't know if we have the money to break Pharos twice. Are we going to be taking the tag? I assume we probably will at this point.
Yeah, I think you have to take the tag.
Just been told by our scout B is doing this for the stream. So does she have a way back in? She needs 5 credits, and she's on 3. She can double click credit run back.
Yeah, I think she's one click on one credit shy.
Thinking hard about how to do it. I mean, you've committed now, so I feel like you have to go back, right? Running back, we don't... Oh, we can chip something in. Yeah, popping symbol chip. Do we have a coal or anything that can get the money here? Propeller! That's enough! And I'm pretty sure this is an agenda I saw being put in, but I could be wrong.
And that's the game!
It's the game! She did it!
Oh! That is... Yeah, there is a bad... Oh, well done. Oh.
That is an excellent bit of play there. Just getting into that very tough to crack remote.
Yep, just at the right time. Oh, well done. Well done.
Oh,
Humby.
and R&D had nothing on top. So that was
100%.
objectively the correct line that you could have predicted. Hindsight makes this the correct line, and hindsight is everything.
They absolutely called that in the correct way. They did the maths, and it worked out beautifully. Oh, so excellent round.
Love to see it.
Let
And
me just bring us back onto here. Here we are. Wonderful. Hello. That was a good game.
that was a
That was
fantastic
such
game.
a tight
That
game.
was really tight. Well played from both players. Nuveng, like, very much could have gone either way at any points. Nuveng just deciding, nope, just jam. That's kind of the way that deck works.
You kind of need to, because otherwise the runner's just going to get ahead of steam and just completely steamroller you.
And this is the power of Arasana, though, like the ability to just pull nonsense out of nowhere to just crack an otherwise impenetrable looking remote.
Absolutely.
Like, how could the Corp have really predicted that series of events could have gone through? You're probably not getting in there, especially not if you read this as a spin push, as a Malapert, which are very reasonable things to read it as.
Yeah, and I think at that point, even if you are pushing it, so you need to predict that the chromatophores was the secret sauce, because technically the propeller you knew,
Yep.
the symbol chip you knew, so you could have seen they can get through the ferals. How are they going to deal with this this event horizon for free?
Assuming you can
Chromatophores.
find some kind of killer, which Arasana can do, but finding it either few moves is too expensive. Installing it from hand, even with DZs, is probably too much, and it's a click tax.
Plus they didn't run last turn.
Yeah.
So excellent play from excellent play from both players.
No,
Really-
it's a good point. Knowing that Harmy decided not to run when she knew it was an agenda, making you think, oh, it's only been one turn, I can just jam again.
yeah, absolutely.
It's a very reasonable play, and sometimes doesn't work.
No, wonderful games from both of them. Right, so we're going to take a quick break. So I'm going to turn down the music because we've had some feedback that it's a bit loud. No problem. We can turn that down, and we'll be back in a minute for round 8. See you soon. And we are back. So we have just seen Bar, and I believe that's Fee on the left. So let's get some names in the frame.
We don't quite have. 1 second, let me see if I can find them. There's too many players in this tournament for me to find who they are. Where are they? Do we have a...
Whilst we're waiting for our info to come through, so to answer your question, OG, there are 10 rounds of Swiss overall. We're doing 9 of them today and 10 and round 10 tomorrow. So on the left, we have
Bar Ram Wu on the left, who
on the
right. Bar Ram Wu is on the right, who is going to be playing Ob today.
Who's playing Ob? That's a bit of a...
Yep, the popular choice. And on the left-hand side, we have Angelverse, who is going to be on Sebasto, who we have not seen yet today. And the Seb-Ob matchup is one I've heard is quite interesting, so I'm kind of excited to see how this one goes. Showing off a lovely playmat there.
Okay, let's get some names on the frame. So Angel Vibe on the left, Bar and Wu on the right. Setting up some timers.
It's like we have a chunk of time before they start.
Yep, they're just setting up. I think they're asking whether they can use their own playmat.
Yep, and I believe we'll see. Deck check is being done.
Right, apologies for that. We are back online after getting kicked out by the corpse again. They ended the run.
Those cruel Wi-Fi overlords.
We refused. We reran the
back.
server, but
Yep.
we're back online. So we have Angel Verge on the left on Anarch, and we have Bar Ramu on the right with Wayland. They're just setting up for the call. So yeah, Sebastian into Wayland is an interesting one, but it'll be a but we'll see how it plays out. So Sebastian, of course, wanting to take the tags, probably has a lot of ways of giving themselves tags, but then the corp may not have any ways to punish tags per se, but can definitely continue moving forward at a certain amount of pace. So I'm not too. Oh, we got some interesting alts in this one. We're just looking through.
Because it can recognize
so
the
peek
cards.
peek behind the curtain here. Every time we get a new pair of players on stream, we get to see all of their alt arts on the side, and there are lots and lots of very pretty alt arts in these decks.
We can only assume the little scout is not going through a deck and saying, "Ooh, that's a really nice bite you've got here."
I mean, that would definitely be some some mind games, because technically, that's the judge saying it. That's not you.
Exactly, and that way it's fair.
Right. Okay. So just shuffling up and waiting for the round to start.
Seb, I feel like I don't know how favoured Seb is into this matchup, but it feels like maybe quite strong. You have a fair amount of tech into assets, and while Ob is always on the virus and Seb is fairly reliant on Audrey.
Well, we see a transfer of wealth there right off the bat. So
Classic Seb.
So I'm sure Byron Weir is treating Seb like a crim player in terms of you need to defend HQ, you need to stop them using their tricks to get in. But they've also got Chisel Charm, so they can just break HQ open and start siphoning you. So you need to be careful.
Yeah, as soon as that Horatius crew comes down and Devil Charm is on the board, you can't really afford to res ice unless you can afford to res a second piece. Seb is very good at this kind of economic denial, and Ob is very good at just getting the runner, getting themselves out of these kind of really nasty spots. So it's going to be a bit of a. I expect some wild swings in this game.
Definitely, definitely. So I think we're just setting up. I think there's been some problems with seating or something like that, so they're just setting up. And we're just waiting for time to start before the game kicks off.
Alright, now we've been seeing a little experimentation with Seb recently, ever since Ashen Epilogue was banned. Finding uses for that influence has been all sorts of some.
Oh, we're getting some.
Well, we
some
clearly
sass.
have a favourite from our perspective now, barring me being very polite to the camera. So I have to root for Ob. Ugh, I don't like that.
Oh, I can't. I mean, I'd like to say I'm not biased, and I'm not biased. But I have streamed with Byron with what I have not. I have not streamed with Angel Verve. So you know, I'm not gonna say I'm biased in any particular direction. But those are just facts. So we're going to go install. So defending HQ, which is the right move.
Not letting Seb get an easy transfer off the bat.
No.
Although at this point, if you could play transfer and that's not a Masqueroffer, you'd be pretty happy either way on this low credit total.
So
deck.
looking at Byron Wu's deck, is it a? No, it is just it's a 49 card deck that's just very thickly sleeved. I thought that might be a big Ob deck.
Yeah, that is quite a tall tower for a 49 deck. We are playing Raindrops Cut Stone on the remote server, resing a Masquerofka.
1 credit and the run, but gives the
two cards. I think both players very happy with this. That is a mutual trade.
Yeah, definitely.
And that is a tread lightly in hand.
Well, that's not going to do anything now, is it?
Not now, but it might get into HQ. Not very useful, but that is a very fun use of Seb's influence, and it can really. Seb is all about this kind of econ denial, so having tread lightly as a kind of just a in the pocket. Oh, I can get into that server. Is really nice to have. It blows out a lot of co-ops.
Definitely. Yeah, people don't expect it, especially in this, like in the cup when you both know the other person's place, you can play around it. But in Swiss, no such luck. And we're seeing a Gourmand come down and running HQ.
And it's a Afshar.
Oh, that is some denial right there.
But that has put Bar down pretty long credit, so we can't afford to res any econ asset in that remote.
Yeah, if it's an anthill, then he's very sad right now.
Both players been sort of brought into the dirt here, although friend of a friend comes down, so Seb's going to get out of that hole very quickly. Saving that for next turn.
What's this? What are we resing here? Regolith.
Oh, it's a. Do we have credits for that? I thought we were only on one.
Did they go credit click Regolith?
Oh, that would make more sense. Yes, you have credit, then Regolith, click reg twice. So that is one way to get back into the money, and by the looks of things, unlikely Seb can pull something out to deal with the Masquerofka this turn, unless there is a pinhole in hand, but we do see a chisel. Do we have the charm? Oh, we are going for the Afshar.
Okay. So run HQ.
Just running, we are on 0 credits, so we can just bounce off this multiple times to rack up Afshar counters.
I think you're about to get siphoned.
Oh yeah, we're seeing a transfer. There goes the Afshar.
Friend of a friend to get rid of the tag. What just happened?
Not sure. The chisel has come back.
Oh no, they're considering whether they want to.
Thinking about it. Yeah, taking that one back. Wanting to pop friend fast. I assume so we can afford to trash something we might find in HQ if we take that run. Installing
the one that lets you clear.
Yeah, the one that I don't remember her name either.
The one that lets you clear tags.
Valentina?
I think so.
Yeah, the one that gives you a rebate from clearing tags. Yeah, and we are seeing. Oh, SDS. We're trashing the Gourmand. Happily taking that. We are on a kind of rig shooty ob. So we are seeing a different variant today than the common twink shipping. rig shooting obs were actually really popular at the end of the last meta during Megacity season. The kind of point where people were learning how to play ob without Sviatogor, and people settled on, I'm just going to play free SDSs, some Kimberlite fields, and Zato City Grid, and make sure you just don't get to have programs and lock you out. A very, very mean kind of ob, but usually one on quite a lot of cards. So it seems like Baramu has figured out how to slim that down for slots. It's going to be very interesting to see how it does into Seb. I know we did see a Katorga breakout there, but also not really a deck that cares about rig shooting usually. Steel Skin being played there.
Yep, just drawing up some cards, trying to get some tempo. So Baramu is getting their money up, but they're not presenting any other real threats to them. I mean, like getting the money up is a threat in and of itself, but they do need to get their skates on. They are down an SDS at this point.
Yeah, it's very much something you have to consider. Like, we are now 2 steals from winning the game, most likely. Ob can be pretty good at logouts, and I imagine that is very much the game plan with an agenda suite like SDS.
Yeah, this is true. Like, the runner has no board state to speak of at the minute. They got 9 credits, which will help. Running HQ.
No res.
I can see a wall-to-wall now.
We're thinking about the res. We are resing. Is that an anemone? So we are on Grinder potentially.
I don't know.
Oh, it's Hafrun.
Yeah, it's a Hafrun.
Oh, so we are on Staffrun, presumably. But just having to use Hafrun to protect HQ does not feel good. That is not a good sign.
I mean, that's gonna stop them from getting in. That's gonna stop them from siphoning you. So in an emergency, that works.
Yeah.
Not what you really want to do. There is a measured response, but that doesn't do anything.
Not useful yet, but it will be in the future. We are very much in the money from clearing that Rego, and we will be getting an ob draw from that. Ob install. I can say the word ob. It's only 1 syllable. Ob. And that is a humanoid.
Yep, humanoid resources.
Which is going to be another ob trigger next turn if allowed to stick. If we can't find a pinhole or some way of breaking that Maskarovka.
And I think that'll definitely they'll put Baramu. Ooh, did we flip anything there? I don't think we did. I think we're all good. Yeah, I think we're fine.
Yeah, these playmats are actually slightly leaning off Baramu's side of the table. That's maybe not ideal.
Yeah, Angel Verve asserting control over the table by gently pushing Baramu's playmat off the table.
It's only illegal if a judge notices, and if you do it very slowly, they won't. Judges famously can't see slow movements.
Okay. So, yeah, if this humanoid is allowed to fire, I think that puts Baramu back in the game.
It's just we getting crew down, so that if there's and Devil Charm, so it looks like we are going to take down that Masky. Yep, running it. Crew charming. It does feel bad to charm a Maskarovka, but in a lot of ob decks, that maybe is one of the bigger ices you're going to see.
But this does just take away all of Baramu's forward momentum. He's just in such a bad spot at that point.
And installing Manuel off a crew trigger, so we're taking a tag just for that. So we will be able to just start seeing 2 cards from R&D pretty soon, which is going to pressure Baramu into defending centrals and not pushing forward. And that's going to be really tricky now he has no remote. Seeing 2 cards. Can't quite make either. The first one is an ice. Both stay.
And I'm guessing by the fact that he's got a Hafren on HQ, which he'd rather use for the Hafren trick, I'm guessing he's quite light on ice, so he might not be sad to see that.
There's also, I think this was a more, and this does seem to be pretty rough draw. We are spinning. Oh, the second hit on R&D was an SDS as well, but no programs to trash to steal it. So now Angel Verve knows there is 3 points in hand. Just sitting there for the taking.
I mean, I'm assuming that Baramu's going to overdraw it and shuffle it back in.
Most likely. You kind of have to at this point. You can afford to let the runner get 3 points this early. 6 points is a death sentence.
Yeah, absolutely, because then it's just if the runner touches anything, that's game over. Oh, this is tough game.
To see. I mean, I'm never sad to see an ob brick, but it's but also I don't like Seb either. So who do I root for here?
Let's see.
So we are trashing Valentina, maybe?
We cannot trash Valentine, and we can't manually
It
trash. Yeah, that's
is.
just playing into.
It is worth a lot of credits
Yeah,
over
what-
the course of a game.
What do the tags do, though? Because they just reduce the cost of
I
removing
would
the tags.
maybe more consider trashing the manual, just because Seb's less likely to have a way of recurring that, and manual's pretty threatening when you have no real central defense. We are thinking about it. Trashing Valentina. Of course, discarding a card from hand, thanks to Seb's innate ability, and then installing.
Interesting.
So Valentina is a fairly big hit to Seb's economy, so I don't hate this as a move. But it is saying the game is going to go long enough that Valentina would have been a very real possibility of doing a lot. Nuka comes down and is immediately clicked. I do see a Praxis has been immediately drawn, so we could just go and get that Valentina back just to be really mean. Have to clear the tag first, which we don't have the money to do, but eventually... We are, of course, on threat free as well, so Privilege Access's threat text is online, so it does return a program as well. It's an incredibly powerful card for Seb there.
So the question is Byron Wu now... Yeah, wall to wall, okay. You want to pop that spin dog to get the full value.
Spin. Yeah. That's what you'd like to see. We are getting back a humanoid and a face down, which I think we can all assume is the SDS.
Yeah, I think that's the most
And
likely.
if it's not the SDS, I love that. Oh, dropping the cards from R&D,
Gotta
but
be
that's
okay.
fine.
That playmat is getting further and further off.
It's just edging off the edge. This is Ob sailing off the end of the world here.
I'm telling our spotter
Because
to...
that is a disaster waiting to happen. That R&D is on the edge. You're advancing half run with the wall to wall. There we go. The playmats have been recovered. Disaster has been averted.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Hang on. Hopefully we should still all be in frame. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, I think we're all good. Install.
Beautiful. Right. So we have another iced remote here. The switches are grey and yellow radiant. And they're very clacky. So taking credit. So, could be anything in that remote. This is very much an off-meta orb. It's not the one we've been seeing lately. So, I wonder if it could be a Sciatica, or it could be a foot, but probably would have been rezzed otherwise. We are running it, and that is a logjam. Running it with a Hannah, so a clickless run. This is going to fail, though, and gain a tag from Hannah, which will likely give you a Seb install. That is a free strength logjam, which is not really the best.
Oh no!
Oh, regretting not firing that tread lightly. Trashing Hannah to get the click back, removing the tag. And we're not getting an install off that tag either, which is hurts to have that. Trashing Hannah so liberally does imply we're probably on more than one. There's a lot of kind of debate among Seb players how many Hannahs you should be playing. A lot of players quite like having a bunch of Hannahs that they can just play for tempo quite frequently. Yeah, seeing 2 clicks left. We are strike funding for money. And that is an anthill, which is fantastic res for Ob there, getting extra card, extra money.
I dare say that Ob needed that. They really needed to come back on.
Yeah.
And if they didn't, if they didn't get something like this, I think they were in real trouble. So this has just brought them back into the game, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. We have money, we have stuff on the board that can present a threat. That anthill can fetch a regolith, it can fetch all sorts of cards I forget because I forget how to play Ob. We are petty cashing as well, so money is not short.
Yep. And, I mean, right now, if you're thinking maybe a measured response would be pretty nice to see.
Do need to be on fret 4, but I think there is at least one in hand already. And Seb is frequently very vulnerable to measured. Second ice on HQ, knowing just how vulnerable Halfrun is. A lot of Seb's playing Rising Tide just to get through basic barriers or tech for some maximum.
Okay.
And yeah, multiple Hannahs, I like to say, is wheel spinning based on how clickless it is, and she's got a motorbike, and I did not steal that joke from chat. So interestingly, we've kind of, and so the runner's gained 3 points. But the runner, I think, is running a little out of gas a bit. Just, yeah, not really having any tools on the board to contest right now. And this is a very important turn. If that anthill goes off, that is a big tempo swing towards Ob.
Yeah, because then you're gaining back probably a Regolith or any other 2-cost piece of ice, and then you're just back in the game. You're drawing. Like, I think that might be the turning point if this is allowed to fire. But so it's going to be a difficult one. Definitely going to be a difficult one.
It's very tricky. Yeah, and not many credits at the moment either, so you can't really justify using Manuel and just going R&D, because if you see agendas, that is a measured response range, and Baramru has the credits to play measured response.
Absolutely, and just to remind myself of Manuel's abilities just here. Whenever you in breach HQ R&D, well, you're tagged, access one additional card. So yeah, you're accessing 2 a turn whilst you are tagged. So yeah, there's a good chance that you steal your another agenda, don't close the game, and then just get measured to death. So yeah,
a little deep in the tank now. We are installing a face down card from the runner.
I mean, if you install ice on your own rig, then the cord can't do anything.
Yeah, that is true. Think about that. Looks like I think that was a Praxis they put down. But, yep, paying 2 credits for something here. Clearing the tag. And then firing privileged access. So we are getting something back. We're going to get the full fire on this. So we get a crew install from hand. We're going to get a resource back from archives and a program. So probably getting the Gourmand back from earlier. Or maybe a chisel.
Maybe.
Let's see what we get. Friend of a friend coming back. So that is going to put us back in the money. And Gourmand as well. So I think this is last click. Oh, we've got maybe 1 click left. These tokens are a little hard to read. But if this is last click, then I do think Bar is just going to trash that friendo.
Yeah, because that's so much money coming in otherwise. So you need to counter that.
Yeah. Now, it looks like we have more clicks. Oh yeah, this is click 2. So we have plenty. So we are friendoing. Our friend is getting us money back. Tag is gone. Are we going to Gourmand Water Wall here? It's not that important a card for the Corp, but it is tempo.
It's drawing.
It looks like it's going. We have the Anthill Fire.
And multiple fires allowing you to...
Wait. How did we try? Oh right, yep. Start of turn. Anthill has fired, so we're getting the Ob trigger.
Byron, we're going into the tank a little bit, wondering what...
What do you get for 2 whole credits? There's so many potential options. I would probably expect a Regolith, although does Byron need money at this point?
No. So the question is, what two
tempo
cost cards
asset is around?
Lamplighter?
Lamplighter, yeah. We could be getting a Kesteroid. Let's see. I think another piece of ice is what you want here. The crew has come down. Kesteroid is actually going to be pretty nice for that, being untrashable. Oh, it's a descent coming down.
Okay.
So making that logjam, that's a little harder to get through. You do need at least 2 phases of breaking ice. Well, trashing ice. And this is, I believe, going to allow Water Wall to get its full fire, which is what you like to see.
Yeah, draw and credit and advancement on. Oh, you can, I suppose you can place an advancement on Logjam.
You can, but it's more fun to put it on Hafren. It's already got one, it needs a friend. But it looks like we are not advancing. Wall is just getting a credit. Maybe I don't know the rules of Netrunner and that does not actually work.
It should work that way because it's contained within the start of turn trigger. So if one triggers, all can trigger if there's no other assets, even if there was assets at the start. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
That's fine.
We're not there.
We are
just witnesses. So we're going for the remote.
In the remote and double install the remote. This could be something nasty. We are on SDS, so icing archives to prevent any future privileged access shenanigans. And going back, so
I think Byron, we're praying that this goes through, because if this goes through, then I think they're back in the game.
So Angel can at least get past the descent with the crew, but it needs to find some other way of dealing with Logjam. We are steel skinning for cards. Devil Charm, Friend of a Friend, and looks like another Hannah. So none of those are answers to what's going on here. So it might be Bar gets away with it.
Potentially.
I think really looking for a rising tide on this board state. Deals with the half run, deals with a lot of the ice, and then you can save your crews and charms for other things. Yeah.
Friend of a Friend coming
So
out.
we're just going to go for money. I wouldn't be surprised to see an R&D run here, although it would be a bit sketchy given the threat of measured. So we're taking the tag in Friend of a Friend. Do we get an install off that? We do. We're getting a Hannah down. Perfect.
Okay, that's good. So you can run the remote, but you need to break it. And how exactly are we going to do that?
Now we could Hannah to Gourmand. Oh, we're just going for it. So potentially
Crewing the outer?
crewing the outer.
Okay.
How are we getting past Logjam? Or are we just trashing it for fun? Yep, bouncing and then jacking out, taking a tag, then popping Hannah.
Oh, to install another crew?
Quite possibly. I think we still have one tag.
Yeah, because he would have taken one from the
the
crew trash and one from the fail run.
Yeah, we took one from Friendo and one from the... Yeah, so we're on one tag now.
Okay, so we trashed that ice, but I'm not sure what the plan was for the one behind it.
Installing something here. Wind up a credit short, apparently.
According to a scout on the table saying, yeah, they were a credit short. Not sure what they were a credit short for, though.
Katorga Breakout comes in, so we are getting something back from the heap. Running on R&D, so we're going to see 2 cards off Manuel here. So we get to decide what comes back before we see the cards of R&D. And really anything can come back, but I'd expect Crew here. Yep, Crew is coming back. Back to hand, which is not an install. Now we see some cards. Thinking about this one very hard. Ooh, reading the text on it.
Let's have a think about it.
See, if you trash this as a decent
Kessleroid.
chance... we are gourmanding it.
Gourmanding, yep, okay.
Oh, Kessleroid, and yep, that can be trashed if not installed. That's a very good hit, actually. And Mavirus. Also very strong to see that off R&D before you have Audrey or anything like that down.
Okay. And then we're going back with Crew? I don't think... because Crew on its own doesn't work, does it?
No, we need one more strength to break the logjam. But yeah, Mav and Kessleroid being taken out of R&D, both really good hits for Seb. Mav coming into Ob's hand is just really strong for Ob. So getting rid of that early is fantastic. No reses on Byron-Ru's side. So I wonder if maybe there is a Malapert in there. I do think this deck is maybe on Miyoshu. We certainly have the credit totals for it. but unlikely we'll see a Mioshu this early when Bar hasn't scored points yet.
Yeah. I mean, you can still score the Mioshu anytime and just take it as +2, but I don't think he's got a lot of money, but not enough to comfortably score a Mioshu, I don't think. Okay, so...
It is a Malapert, so we are going to be scoring, it looks like, or we may be seeing an Azzy F here for tempo damage. It's above the law, taking out Manuel. Just what we love to see.
Yep, that's a hit.
Mhm.
Angel definitely feeling the pain there.
It's generally quite hard to trash the university professor on account of it being bad, a bad luck for Wayland, but when you're using a satellite with a missile on it, I don't think you care.
It does tend to work. So Runner has literally 0 board state at this point.
Yeah, the board has gone, which is impressive. We've seen a lot of cards come and go.
Yeah, it's been very ebb and flowy, which is definitely helped.
Ooh, and we are getting a Spin Doctor with that Malapert, which is pretty nasty as a search, to be honest.
Yeah.
That really says we're quite flooded at the moment.
But the thing is, with R&D being open, like, you can cycle them around, sure, but like...
We also don't have a means of installing it this turn, so we're discarding to hand size, hoping that Archive's Ice will hold if there are agendas in there.
Where'd the Spindle go?
Into hand.
Well, the Spindle just goes into hand.
Yeah, from Malapert. It doesn't get an install off it, sadly. So maybe just saying my hand isn't very good, or there's a lot of agendas, but a Spin Doctor being pulled off Malapert, that is a sign of weakness. However, on 2 points now, that does mean scoring a 3-pointer into Mioshu is a possibility if the board state is set up. That is very difficult to pull off. It's quite hard to get the clicks to do it in one turn. So you do have to at least flag that in some way. So it'll be interesting to see if that is Baramu's game plan, or if he's just going to score another 3-2. So we are installing Resing Spin, getting some cards.
Trying to clear out this hand because we know there's a Basalt in there. Icing up the remote. Are we gonna continue seeing the push here? Okay. So, because currently they don't have a way of getting through. I just noticed that dice is tipped up to 5. Has that been from the?
That has been from wall to wall advancing it.
I thought so. It's not a tip dice, which is good because that would have been.
Yeah, that would have been not ideal.
That's not great. So that's now. So Logjam is now strength 5.
Yes, which is getting. Once you get to strength 7, that becomes a little harder for Seb to deal with. If it gets to strength 9. Then you're going to need 2 crews and a Devil Charm to break it.
Yeah, which is painful. And also, especially given these advancements are free.
Seb usually is on Rising Tide, but really does not want to be breaking a big piece of ice like that.
So we're seeing...
that is a Solidarity badge come down.
Yeah, potentially a little late, because you kind of want Solidarity badge to be... ticking up from your early trashes, but
however, you have 2 Gourmands, so we can charge that pretty easily.
That is true.
I do wonder if we'll see this water wall, because with it constantly advancing this logjam, that is pretty nasty. It's given a lot of value to Bar so far.
Yeah, and it's kind of the pad campaign effect where it just kind of quietly ticks in the background, slowly giving you value turn after turn, and it's such low value per turn. The runner just doesn't register it.
It's free credits. It's like, I can let you have that for 1 more turn. You say that for 5 turns, and suddenly that water wall has made a significant impact on the game.
So both players having a bit of a think at the minute.
So Spin was popped after that run.
So they're killing...
It's
killing the wall to wall.
Face down on a virus. Yep, water wall is dead. Off the Gourmand. We are playing... No, we're discarding transfer. Yeah, that makes more sense. We still haven't found the Audrey.
Another anthill coming down.
God, as if Ob needs more money here. I'm playing petty cash as well. Quote from the table, I always forget the petty caches. I feel that. I've gotten to the end of a game once and looked in my discard pile and found, oh, there's 3 in there. I was hunting for money.
6 free credits you could add.
That's 6 whole credits. I could have won the game with those.
So having a bit of a think. So right now, Byron Moo's making a lot of money, but he's got a window here, and he needs to exploit it. Otherwise, he's going to run. He's going to just run out of time before the actual time, because there is only 11 minutes left in the round, but also time before in terms of tempo, because the runner is eventually going to bring everything that they have to start attacking.
Although getting this slow play into Seb is generally a good way of handling it, just on account of the fact that if you get this stuff set up quickly enough, you can just fundamentally lock Seb out.
So install, upgrade, install, upgrade, install.
We are just clown carring that server.
Absolute
One of those
clown carring,
has to be a virus, but who knows what else is in there.
So I reckon the one on HQ is a Christian but new.
Ooh, a flagship, yes.
Flagship, thank you.
Very plausible. That really will hurt the transfer of wealth, which Seb
It'll
loves so
stop
much.
it right in its tracks. There's no way you can really do it. I mean, you could rally and trash it and rerun it.
Pinhole it first.
I
But
guess so.
I don't know if we've not seen any pinholes yet. And Seb is really tight on influence, and if you're on free transfers, which a lot of them are, you just can't afford the pinholes.
Exactly.
So we are using a friend of a friend to take the tag, or removing a tag. And otherwise just drawing back up. Installing Devil Charms, so if we can find another crew, or another Chisel, because those are in the deck, we are threatening another score. Is that that's a Yakov! We all love, no one loves Yakov, we're just getting even more money. There's a ridiculous level of money now. Anthill trashes itself, it's going to get an Ob trigger, it's going to fire Yakov.
Okay.
This is nonsense.
Okay. I am excited to see what Bar is going to do with this much money. I don't think he's just making money for the sake of it. I'm assuming he's doing something.
There's got to
with
be
all
a
this.
game plan here. That game plan is probably Miyoshi related.
I mean, this is Byron Wu. He is a jank cooker. He
does
loves
like
loves
his
his
jank.
He loves his off meta decks. So
I am kind of wondering if we're going to see a install, advance, and then double Miyoshi next turn. We see a Hollow Man going to that server.
okay, that
which
makes sense.
we could actually see double Miyoshi if there are enough of them. Which is very exciting.
Yeah, let's. So he's on click 0 right now. So it's click 1 that he's just about to do. So what? Install.
I think we'd have to wait a turn for that to work.
Yeah, he's
But that is a fairly safe server at the moment.
for now. I mean,
It can change with Seb with the charm down
The
and
charm's
a
good.
crew in hand, which you just saw. But that only gets you through one piece of ice. We have the privileged access to recur, but Archives is also iced, so we need something. It does feel like Angel is in a very difficult spot here. Just not quite... Orb is starting to run away with this, both in credits and in just sort of tools. Install. That is an advance. And we are icing R&D.
Okay.
Are we about to see a 3-pointer Miyoshi score? I think that's what's being threatened.
That's what's being threatened right now. So the question is the runner going to be able to contest this? So they need to be able to deal with their 5 strength logjam and whatever that other ice is, which could be. It kind of doesn't really matter what it is, as long as it has the words "end the run" on it. Then it'll do the job.
And Ob's playing a lot of end the run. Potentially, honestly, I would likely peg that as an Event Horizon.
Yeah, but Event Horizon wouldn't be a problem. You just
No.
pay through it.
I think the bigger issue with Event Horizon is how it can fetch, say, an Afshar or another Maskarovka.
That's true. Of course, Ob. I keep forgetting Ob
is disgusting.
I keep forgetting that Ob is Ob, and Ob can do Ob things and go fetch Ob
Put
things.
5 cards in a remote like this. One of them is just a guy who gives you money, and the other is a guy on the internet. Evil. We are seeing a rising tide come down. I believe that's a tide. Yep. And we are firing privileged access.
Or privileged accessing form.
So, probably another crew, I'd expect, because with that we can then...
Event Horizon. Oh, no.
That's exactly what you don't want to see.
Denied. So
the question is, do we want to pay through this to force the pop, or do we bounce?
Let's see. So this is the problem. You can't just bounce.
Oh,
off
we
it.
are just letting it fire. We are losing the tide.
And then it's ending the run.
Ending the run, yeah. Letting that
Oh,
fire. That is brutal.
I think that's just completely shut down the hopes of getting into this remote.
Yeah. I think that may be game for Bar there, and also finding a free Costa. It's a Maskarovka.
Yep, not getting back in there.
Like, we know there's a crew in hand, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We only have 2 credits, so I don't think there's a way in.
So that's Event Horizon, whose text is just categorically worse than border control, paying off in that case and just trashing an entire board state. This is going to be interesting. So that was clicks 1 and 2, I think. 2 remaining.
2 credits.
Can Angel Verve pull this back?
I wonder if your line is maybe just hope and pray for singles off R&D, which is what we're going for.
Yeah, we're attacking R&D.
Any ice res here gets it, but there is a chance that Bar doesn't have the credits for this play if he reses. And yeah, he's not resing. It's an SDS!
Oh! It's gonna
last
come down.
click. Is
Last
there
click.
an agenda on top? Last click.
Last click, top of R&D.
Oh.
I mean, Bar may not have had the credits to res it last turn, but they might have the credits this turn.
I think he has the credits, but I'm not sure if
Well-
he has the credits to win.
Well, you know, as in to res it, because the problem is you might not be able to defend both.
Yeah. So he's on about 15 credits. Hollow Man is 4 credits. We are resing Pharos, which
Pharos.
does kill our Myoshu chances, I believe. Taking a tag from Seb. Installing a crew.
Oh, that's going to be so painful because that Ferris is going to get killed
Do
next
we
turn.
have the win? I don't know if there is enough money for it here. Unless there is
So
something
you can't
I'm
chisel
missing.
charm. There's no way of going back in, but that Ferris is going down next turn. Oh, that steel has just changed. everything.
Measured!
Measured
It's
response!
measured!
Oh! What a
We
back and
forgot
forth.
about measured. We're too busy thinking of Myoshu, that the classic instant death card.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, that-
it's a Basalt Spire in the remote.
Yeah, that card that everyone's playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, this is the classic ob fork of, well, if you steal enough points, I'm killing you, and if you don't steal enough points, I'm scoring out with my bajillion credits off of Myoshu.
Oh, it looks like the top card of
Oh.
R&D wasn't an agenda, so Bar was safe, but you have no way of knowing
But-
it. God, what a back and forth
And team-
game.
Oh.
Let me swap over the camera. Oh, it's starting to get dark.
It's getting dark.
What a back and forth game. So we had the runner in a pretty dominant position for a while, and then we had the corp clawing it back with those with those anthills, getting back in the game, and then just kind of locking the runner out because
Yeah.
the runner had a lot of tricks, a lot of one time get throughs, and a lot of damage they could do once they did get in, but then they got locked out, and it was just really
Yeah,
painful.
that is classic stuff. I mean, the Audrey just did not show up. If we'd have had an Audrey early on, a lot of cards got trashed, a lot of gourmands fired. We'd have had enough counters to actually contest some of these ice, but we just never managed to contest the ice.
Yeah, and you can see the order on the bottom of the deck right there, so maybe that's where it was the whole game. Who
Oh,
knows?
that is a rough game, but that was a close one.
Well, that was. I mean, we're approaching the end of the
Yeah.
day. People are playing, focusing after 8 rounds, and they are really pushing themselves to their absolute
it
limits here.
Been a long day.
So it's been a long day.
A lot of Netrunner.
So we're going to take a quick break.
Yep.
Grab some water,
Driven, there are
hydrate.
9 rounds today, so there is one more round following this one.
One more round. So stay tuned. We will be right back. Just update
There
that.
we go.
And then
We will be back shortly.
We'll be back in a bit. See you. Okay, welcome back. So we are here for the final round
of tonight.
The final round of tonight. We have one more round tomorrow morning.
The final round, round 10 of Swiss, is happening at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
So this is the final, not final round, going into the final round tomorrow morning.
Exactly.
And we have got Sleeper on the right, who is playing Jin Turkey, and we have Ruben Peters on the left playing as, and the clock doesn't start with the agenda points. You are correct. Playing Muesli Hat. So Muesli Hat, an interesting criminal ID. Along with Vic, it's kind of it's a good stuff.
Yeah,
ID. You're going to draw a card pretty much every turn.
It's kind of a staple of the more regular style of Crim we've got now, and it's just a kind of very chill, relatively simple deck to play. You draw your card, you play your run events.
Yep.
I really enjoy Muesli Hat. There's a kind of simplicity to the way the deck just tells you, okay, you draw a Jailbreak, I guess I'm playing Jailbreak. Thank you, deck, for winning me the game.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
There is generally some complexity to Muesli Hat. She kind of suffers from not having burst draw. Having draw in your ID is great, except when you happen to have the cop card of your deck not be a breaker or a run event, even when you have 30 in your deck.
Yeah, definitely.
You can get some bad luck off that, because people tend to... You can cut Nuker if you've got draw in your ID, that's fine, you say, and then
well, that's the max
die.
problem. Yes, extract refers back to a previous era. Again, drink a shot. So... Yeah, Muesli Hat going to bring it. And RH, we haven't seen a lot of RH.
We haven't seen RH today, and it's been kind of like overshadowed by Melies this season, and especially recently with Melies gone, people are pivoting back to RH if they want to play Jinteki Glacier. But my understanding is that RH is not quite good enough as Jinkeki Glacier to be worth like mass adoption by all the sharks. Everyone's moving to Ob rather than going back to this Glacier.
Yep.
However, it's still a solid deck. It can still do a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's got some nasty tricks. It's got Proprietary Negation, which can force runs and archives.
Mm-hmm. Is it still playing a Sisyphus Protocol?
Some of them are. I would be surprised here. I'm playing Sisyphus Protocol, but I think a lot of them have kind of pivoted to more agendas that are easy to score. It's 4-2s and 3-2s and then send them messages. Something you can just quite quickly jam, often with Seamless, which almost gives them a bit of a rush vibe occasionally.
And we have so we're just looking at the
This is some
alts.
pretty. Oh, sorry, we've gotten distracted.
Yeah. So again, peek behind the curtain. We get a preview of all the alts that are involved, just so that we can spot them. There are some very pretty ones in the RH deck, and a few in the runner deck.
I believe Sleeper took RH quite highly at the recent online Continentals. This may be the same list of that.
Riding high off
Yeah.
some good performance and potentially a good set of wins. So
I think it's a solid meta pick just because everyone's on Ob, people aren't quite teched for Glacier matchups anymore. People aren't expecting it, they're not practicing how to play into it, and that can give you a solid advantage in a field like this.
definitely. So yes, and we have got to just check. We're just checking our feed to make sure that the top of the mats hasn't been cut off. I think I'll just adjust that.
Yeah, let's pull it up a little bit.
Let's adjust that. Pull that one up.
Yeah, we don't need to set token
And
boxes.
then pull that down. There we go.
Beautiful.
Seamless.
Seamless launch.
Seamless stream.
You can't see our cameras right now, but I did just put 2 advancement counters on the screen.
Okay. So I think we're just prepping for time to start the final 40 minutes of this of today before the final round tomorrow and the cut to top 16. So okay, we are just setting up. It's been a wonderful day.
It has been a day. We have seen a lot of really cool games. We've seen a couple of very cool decks. We've seen the Obs we expected. We've seen the Obs we didn't expect.
Exactly, and I don't think we've seen the same matchup repeated once today.
I think we have seen we've seen all the kind of main runner archetypes. Certainly, we've seen the 3 different types of Anarchs. We've seen Lu, Seb, and Acer. We have seen 2 very different styles of Shaper. One very popular at the moment, one a little bit out of favor, but still clearly doing work from the game we saw. And we have seen Reg Vic, who is kind of the standard Reg Crim, and we are now seeing a very different take on a more Reg Vic out of Muesli Hat, which is still criminal, but very different decks in the way they play. So I think we've had a very solid variety. It's been a fun day.
Yeah, no, it's been a wonderful day. Long day as well. So single-sided Swiss. Whilst the rounds are shorter, the tempo of them is definitely still up there with double-sided. A lot of games go much closer to time, so you're getting less downtime. Like the Strata playing a fast deck, so you get more of a break, and a regular speed deck doesn't quite pan out in this way. So we're just doing the starting hands. We see lots of money.
That is so
That's
many
a
run
lot of
events, a
money.
lot of money. That's Transfer, Bravado, Clean Getaway. Is that a Concerto in hand as well? Well, not a classic Muesli Hard, but a very fun one.
Yep. So we've just got our deck list through. So there is no Sisyphus Protocol in this deck by the looks of it. It is 2 Fujis, 3 props, 3 Let Them Dreams, 2 bites. Oh, we love a bite. We love a
Spicy
bite.
include.
3 Charlotte Castadors, Cloud Eater, Knowledge Seeker, which I'm gonna have to load up if it does come up, because I cannot remember what that does. And then on the runner side, we've got
This is just a pile of good events.
Yep, events that make runs and make money. Hermes,
Classic
and Carmen's, Kurupit Emperors, all the standard stuff. We are just setting up.
Yep, I'm getting ready to start now. Alright then, can't quite make out what's in the corp hand there, but Muesli I think is keeping with Bravado and Clean Getaway. That's solidly worth keeping. RH, of course, getting money if you have a face down in Archives, which means Hansei Review, very solid card here.
And a fist bump to start us off. So we see
Hedge Fund, Ice. Yep.
Ice, hedge fund. Yeah.
So that Clean Getaway immediately becoming a little bit harder to play. I wonder if we are just going to see a Bravado here, but there is so much Jinteki Ice that blows you out from our Bravado. Corp can't res Cloud Eater, but Lion's Mane is nasty. There's enough that it's kind of sketchy. You're a little scared of Jinteki Ice.
So RH is one of the few corps given that is typically just running run remote that can do like a full lockdown.
Yeah.
Because typically you don't want to do a full lockdown if one of them is just end the run. But if all of it is painful ice, then you can do a full HQ, R&D, archives, and remote. All have ice, all painful, all not what you want to go through because it will cost you money. Like you can't even bravado it sometimes. So we see a clean
There
getaway
we
into
are.
a hedge fund
On archives.
and a couple of draws. So just setting up.
Going quite slowly.
Both-
I think RH quite has the liberty of playing slowly. You just want to kind of lock down any value run events can make.
Another hedge fund.
Just getting that money, and you need it. RH has a lot of generally. Jinteki Ice is good but expensive.
Pinhole.
Muesli revealing that. So that is generally seeing a pinhole off a Muesli trigger is actually pretty nasty because this means Sleeper knows pushing a Charlotte is not gonna work.
No.
So knowing the fact that there is a pinhole immediately in hand is gonna change the way you play that.
Yeah, I mean you can still get value off the Charlotte because you can see the pinhole coming, so you can just resin pop it on the go. But
You're playing Carpe Diem.
Carpe them DMs.
Rolling a dice. Where's it going? R&D. Are we
R&D.
running?
No,
I
don't think
assume
we're
not.
running. I assume not. We don't want to
Yeah.
face check. Just building up money. Both players having a bit of a money fight here. They need to. Yeah. The corp does need to get its skates on because that money is going to convert very quickly into threats and attacking patterns. Like this runner deck is going to want to get its chairs face down. It's going to want to get its breakers down. It's going to want to get its wake implant down, and that's a threat that builds up over time if you don't challenge. So corp.
And there is the Archives Ice as well, just denying all run event value and kind of saying you probably do want some breakers before you start challenging this.
Another
we see a
clean getaway.
clean getaway off R&D. That is not going to be played anytime
Those
soon.
getaways are not clean. They
Not
are
very clean at all.
They are.
They are filthy, filthy getaways.
I mean, you can still get value back from that. You
Yep.
can still make value on your runs on HQ and R&D. But yeah, full lockdown, and now the corp I think is going to start turning their attention towards building a remote, getting these scores out, trying to get if they can get their preparations out. That's just effectively an Issei counter. Yes, I know it's a previous era, but that's very much what we're looking at here. Let Them Dreams is going to be slowing down the pace at which the runner can steal the game out, and the bites are going to be biting.
Yeah, it is going to be tough to justify that kind of multi-access crim likes to do when there are threats of bite. Of course, Ruben doesn't really. You don't expect 2 bites out of Restoring Humanity. That's slots you don't expect to be spent on that, which means it can really blow someone out if they're not expecting it. But yeah, we do have Ice on Archives and a face down, so RH is now just drawing up.
Okay,
It's just getting money.
Bravado
HQ.
And we see
That is a Lion's Mane.
Ooh, that's a
That's
painful
a
one.
nasty face check. We are going to do 2 net damage. It's going to be 2 net damage or pay 3 credits, and then 2 net damage or jack out. This is the big Karuna with lots of hands. Hitting a Chesra and Pinhole. Chesra is actually a pretty solid hit here.
Yeah, because you really want that for the value, because you're going to get your money's worth
Yeah.
of that. But
So much expensive ice on Centrals likely, and you want that Chesra for late game. We are getting 6 credits back.
So it's not one lost. Yeah.
Do we pay 3? I assume we paid 3 there. To not take another 2 net damage. But
Yeah, because that would have been pretty crushing at the
Lion's
minute.
Mane, really
And
good
we see
early
a
ice. That
De-
face. That's
we
a
see
Debbie.
Yeah, Debbie downtown making value from every event the corp the runner plays. So it's absolutely going to.
Yeah,
That's
1
going to pay
credit
dividends.
per run event.
And yep, corp turning their attention because they got plenty of cash. They've
Yep.
got 14 credits. Let's start pushing stuff out,
Getting it
into
started.
the remotes.
Now, I'm probably not expecting this to be anything from just a single face down in the remote. Generally, it's only 2 face downs where you start to get concerned of something happening in RH.
So the problem is, as the runner hit, you have to respect Cloud Eater, and you have no real way of getting rid of it.
Yeah, Cloud Eater is very scary, a very, very good snake. I don't think you can justify checking the server right now. It's not threatening anything. There is generally not going to be a free coster agenda worth scoring, and Charlotte is the main asset you want to kill, and without an advancement counter, she's not doing anything.
Yeah.
So I kind of read this as maybe a Lacosta been put down, just
maybe
ready to go.
Problem is, if it is a Lacosta and then the Charlotte comes down, we see Kurapira and
Chesva
Chesva.
come down.
Okay.
So expecting Tattoo Bodos, expecting Bottos, we can deal with those. Botto are kind of a real strong barrier, especially once you get to threat 4 and triggers text.
So
I
Corp
don't
eyeing up
think-
their ice, so they're maybe thinking this is time to push.
I think so. I mean, Now that you've actually got programs down, the threat of running without a killer and hitting Cloud Eater is brutal. Now, it's actually going to discourage Ruben Peters from running in case that face check is so nasty.
So let's see. So
Ice on the remote. We are going to be pushing something here, presumably.
I think we're thinking Charlotte.
What do we have? Didn't quite see what that was, but now this is a threat. This could be Lacosta Charlotte. It could be Lacosta into Proprio Negation. If Proprio gets scored this early, that is going to be really hard for Ruben to deal with.
Definitely. So interestingly, this is a 47 card runner deck.
Ooh, someone could not quite make the cuts they wanted. I respect that. We did see a Concerto earlier, which is a good candidate for cutting, but occasionally Concerto is a really good card.
Yeah, because Concerto is the bounce back one?
No, Concerto is you play the card, you reveal the top card of your stack, and...
Oh, it's Stim Hack at home.
Yeah, and it's basically overclock, but the overclock credits depend on the top card of your stack. So you could hit a hedge fund and you'd be really happy. You could hit a jailbreak and get absolutely nothing.
Interesting.
It's a very fun card, and it kind of does use Muesli Hat's ability to its advantage, because if you see the top card of your deck and you don't draw it, you can Concerto with that.
Yeah.
But it's very inconsistent. It's fun, but it's inconsistent.
Mystic memes coming out, and Fencer Freno.
And Fencer, we're getting some things.
We've got the drips.
Fencer getting ready to trash a Lacosta in 7 turns.
Still no Hermes
Trashing another Concerto out of hand.
Yep, so Lacosta.
We are advancing. That is not a Charlotte, so we are pushing an agenda. I think we might see a score here. I expect probably Proprio Negation. I don't think we'd score a Let Them Dream this fat. Yeah, Proprio comes down. That is very nasty. And now any run could turn into a snake on Archives. Even what you think might be safe, you just get sent to Archives. You die to Big Snake. I love Big Snake. I love Proprio Negation.
Yeah, Proprio Negation is kind of a Nisei staple to Ag Infusion. Which is a very interesting one, because functionally it can just be an end the run, but it can also be I put something really painful on Archives. Now bear in mind the ice needs to be the ice doesn't need to be res. It's being approached.
Yep.
So it can be resed.
And the runner cannot jack out. They are forced to encounter. There was a brief period where a lot of these RH style decks were playing half run. So you would run a remote, hit half run, have half run blank your killer, and then be immediately proprioed before you could jack out into the snake. It's a good reptile.
That's very painful. But we shall see what happens. We see a Sandcastle and the Hermes.
One turn too late.
One turn too late, but
that is going to slow down future scores, which is very strong.
Yeah. Otherwise, so the HQ ice is resed, which means it's impossible to bounce without a reprise. But it is going to start dismantling this remote.
We are just jamming again. I think pretty reasonably here. This could be Charlotte. It could be. I wouldn't be surprised to see another Proprio pushed here.
A double Proprio would be lethal at this stage.
Muesli Hat does have a lot of credits, but I think without a Revolver or a Carmen, you're probably going to be pretty cautious to run this remote.
I think so. And Sandcastle's that can chew through your credits. If it's outside of a run event.
Yes,
if it's got a run event attached to it, it's very cheap.
Because the main code gate we're expecting to see out of RH is Knowledge Seeker, which is a very strong bit of ice, but has the downside of if you run past it too many times, it does just derez itself. So you can just plant your face into it and force the derez.
Yeah, so Knowledge Seeker, this gorgeous art on this.
Very pretty art of a big fox. I think this was one of the ones designed by Soccer. You can kind of tell because it's got a lot of text on it. Twinning comes down from Muesli Hat, and with that Mystic, we are going to see that tick up fairly quickly. So it looks like it might just be sit back, run centrals as the plan, wait for a score.
So go on advance, and we did the mandatory draw, so I'm thinking this is another...
Thinking about either scoring or it could be a 5 coster.
So so maybe they're wondering whether they can just leave it to tick and then do double advance, reinstall the ice?
Yep.
To maintain that lot, because even given they're on a one turn of breath on an open server could be all they need to get back in the game.
With twinning, will be fully charged by next turn. So if you open up R&D by scoring, but we are scoring.
So we're going for the score. So
that is a Let Them Dream.
And they've also ended on exactly 10 credits. And propagation, correct me if I'm wrong, does still work on...
It does still work. So you are protecting R&D. So we are bouncing the remote ice, knowing Proprario there is not going to let us through R&D. So that's a very solid score here.
And Fuji, and we're getting.
And we are choosing not. Fuji from hand. Yep, I missed that bit.
Fuji from hand goes to the bottom, which is that makes sense. Kind of with buried to the bottom, it's not going to go anywhere. And functioning removing 3 points from the game is going to be so helpful.
We are bravadoing the remote now, and on 10 credits, do you want to res to try and protect a Lacosta? It's a pretty difficult one. Thinking about it, this is the point where resing an ice as RH becomes very scary, because your ice is expensive, and even though it looks like you have a lot of credits,
that's another lion's
a
mane.
lion's mane. That is a pretty nasty hit. There's going to do 2 damage and cost you 3 credits.
Yeah, and I don't think you're getting in.
And is going to protect that Lacosta, which is a very important game piece.
So we trash those 2 daily cast and a transfer. So let's count them. 1 transfer gone.
Yeah. Transfer probably not useful in the moment, but daily cast you definitely wanted that.
Yeah, you definitely did.
And we are paying 3 credits to avoid the second. No, we are going through. So we are taking 2 damage rather than jack out, using a clean getaway and a pinhole threading. So we really want to trash this Lacosta.
So, note, the runner doesn't know that this deck has bites in it. If the runner is thinking, oh, I can now pressure R&D because the corp's poor.
Oh, that would be
there is a real risk here, because the runner is on, because the corp is poor, but they are on 5 credits, which is enough to trigger a bite.
Lacosta being gone is a pretty nasty hit to the corpse.
Yeah, that's definitely slowed them down. I mean, they are on 4 points, which we should update.
Oh yes, that's it.
On the thing. Now that I think about it.
Just 2 points, right? Oh no, we're on 4 points. Yep.
4 points.
Let them dream. Looks a bit different on the camera, but yeah, it's really solid position. I feel like a trap people fall into when playing against RH is not trashing Lacosta, because it's an expensive trash.
It's so painful.
And frequently, when you actually have the chance to trash it, we get a Carmen install after successful run.
We have the full set.
So we did just very luckily miss all that net damage. Like, that was the one card in hand that survived, right?
Ooh, that's such a. So we're checking archives
Nothing in archives, but turns off the drip.
Yep.
We do finally have enough credits to play Hansei or Hedge.
It wasn't a bite. It wasn't a bite.
It wasn't a bite.
They would have been fine if they'd run, but
we do see 1 Anoetic Void in there, which is a very important card. This might imply there's 1 extra in hand, given that it was thrown out. Drawing.
Wrongy Doge pointing out we probably drew the Carmen afterwards, which is probably correct.
Would make sense.
I think making
you probably
that run
don't run without it in hand, but I like to believe Ruben is playing incredibly aggressively.
It's the runaway.
It's the runaway. It's the way you should. We do see a Kurapira off the Muesli Hat draw. So, I know what to do here. You are now fully set up, and you do have quite a lot of credits, and the Corp has enough credits to res ice, but enough that resing ice is a significant amount of pressure.
But like they could technically res a cloud eater, a cloud eater, excuse me, but they're not going to be doing a lot else after that.
Exactly, and that is still something you can break. You would have to take 1 subroutine, of course, because the snake demands something, but we get a class act draw, and we are just setting up.
And I think that's the right play, because right now the corp is sad corp. They're not presenting any threats. They will in a bit, but you'll be able to go in and contest that.
See, personally, I'm like, no, this is where I apply all the pressure, because I have a small opportunity to win the game for 3 accesses.
Yeah.
And then I die to bite.
Yeah, this is true. The other thing to factor in is Corp's got Anoetic. They don't have Skunk Void because they don't have Mana Gam Skunk Works, but they can definitely start pressuring the runner, and that propagation is not nothing. Yeah,
that propagation is something you really can't afford to forget about, because the second you forget that that's there is the second it kills you.
Yeah, or just diverts your attention at a key part, because the corp's on 4 points. So if they install advance, and they've got an Anoetic in, there's a real chance the runner just won't have enough money or enough clicks or enough cards to get in there and steal it.
Sleeper continuing to just play slowly here, icing HQ in case of the transfer that has just been pulled into hand. We have Carmen and Chesva now, which means Lion's Mane does go down for 3 real credits, so that transfer, very real threat, and Sleeper has correctly anticipated the top card of the deck, which we love to see. Just going to continue to go slowly, make centrals difficult to get past. and build up money before he can rebuild that remote, I think is the plan. He's got 4 points. He doesn't need to rush. He can take this slowly here and just say, come on, get it. We see a revolver come down. So we do have a cheap way of breaking our big sentries now. Lion's Mane is now a 2 credit break and 3 counters. And we are bravadoing R&D.
Bravadoing on it, cards in hand.
Thinking about the res.
So Sleeper is probably not asking cards in hand, but maybe could, because you don't want to give the game away. But probably could with like Lion's Mane and the rest.
There are. It looks like it's at least 3 in that little pile. So
okay, they're probably all right then. And once the first bite bites, they're probably not going to let the second
it's
bite.
It's a Knowledge Seeker, so that's a fairly cheap break with Sankanchil. Thanks to this being a run event and Chesva. So I believe it is 2 to boost and then 2 credits to break the bottom 2 subroutines.
I mean, that'll add up.
And we're getting a virus counter there, which means 2 more runs on that server, and that is going to de-res.
Yeah, 5 to res. You're not re-resing it every turn. That's just not happening.
No, you're not. It's a very good ice, but it's not something you want on the outermost position.
No, I don't think so.
Ooh, looks like we are maybe asking a question about... Bravado. We have not passed Knowledge Seeker yet and deciding if we want to use the Proprietary Negation counter. Thinking about it, Runner is on low credit total at the moment.
Oh, that's true.
So,
at the moment, this might be the window.
Yeah, Proprio here does potentially blow you out. We don't quite have enough credits for Cloud Eater.
I think this is giving the game away to the runner a bit that it's not a Cloud Eater on Archives. What else could it be? I guess it could be a...
Potentially an Empiricist would be a pretty nasty hit right now.
Empiricist for 7 and 7.
A Teeny would also be a pretty bad one. It could also just be an end the run. Just don't want you to get 3 counters off twinning, especially when you have Hummies on the board. But it looks like we're letting it through. Top card stays. 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 Nothing on R&D.
Okay.
R&D holds. Oof.
This is going to be okay. So we're settling in for the long game here.
Thanks to Bravado, though, that run hasn't really cost you very much.
Yep, the runner back up at 9 credits, ready to contest other stuff. So the runner does need to maintain the ability to go through Alliance Main twice, because because install advance is a threat. They have to respect that.
Lion's Mane's not the worst ice you have to break twice, but it's still 5 credits of Carmen, which is not something you can really afford to spend every run.
Yeah, I mean there's some tricks you can do with the with just drawing, but yeah, it's something you need to bear in mind.
Yeah, you can't tank that damage too many turns. You can do it a few times, but not reliably.
I see a tattoo bowler. Yep,
that's exactly what you want to see on R&D there.
Yes, this is our RH on the right-hand side.
And just taking some more credits. A lot of clicking for credits from Sleeper here, but also fairly content in this slow building board state. Reprise revealed, which is very good for the Corp to know.
Yep. I'm pretty sure if the runner steals an agenda, the Corp's board state is going to get pretty demolished anyway, but that reprise, will absolutely destroy them, because that's taking off a Lion's Mane if it does.
Yeah. I mean, reprising a Cloud Eater is always a...
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah, no, you're a bad person if you do that. That snake
did nothing wrong.
Did nothing wrong.
We like the snake.
Just a good anaconda. Very good anaconda. And we are running the remote.
Okay, presumably this is an Anoetic?
Potentially. It could just be another Lacosta. We are breaking with 2 credits and 3 revolver counters, so taxing out revolver. So if this isn't something important, I think Sleeper's very happy with this run. If this is Spin Doctor, access? It is a void. We are not firing the void.
Letting it go.
So that is the second void down.
That gives you a twinning counter. Don't forget the twinning
That is
counter.
a very good trash for Ruben there.
Yeah, getting the void out of the game is huge, because both of them are in the bin now, so they need to find their Spindo. But the problem is that when they find their Spindo, bring it back on, you're putting that 5/3, you put the bottom back into the rest of the deck.
Yes, you don't really want to be reshuffling right now. Yeah, this is, and seems kind of the runner's game right now. Like RH has quite a lot of boards set up, but doesn't really have any ability to push. It's going to be a while before that ability is there, and we're fairly low on credits. Charlotte has not turned up, and we're running
Yeah.
archives to turn off that face down. Is that a microweb?
That is a microweb.
Oh, and this is not a run event. This is going to be incredibly expensive to break.
Yes, and if this kicks off, then yeah, that'll do quite a lot of stuff.
This is a huge tempo hit here.
So subroutine, you may install one piece of ice from archives, ignoring all costs. You may res one installed on piece of ice, paying 2 credits less, and you may resolve one subroutine on another resed code gate.
So if this gets to fire, we are taking 2 net damage and either an end the run or letting Sleeper reshuffle R&D. So this is a really nasty thing, but with Sankantial being free to boost, this is a very expensive break. I think we can break the most important subs, but it's tough. It's all your money. I love Microweb. It is a brutal card when you get it off. It's also a brutal card when you draw 2 of them in your opening hand and they don't do anything. But it's one of my favourites.
I mean, they can keep triggering each other, can't they?
Yeah, which has won me a game of a Raindrops Cut Stone run. If you Raindrops Cut Stone a microweb and it fires with another microweb on the board, you force the runner to draw their entire deck.
Oh, fortunately, this isn't a Raindrops Cut Stone.
Fortunately, yes, and we don't have the second one. Now, RH has gone to 0 to res this, but also RH now has good ice on basically every sub, and this looks like we are firing the install, and it looks like we have maybe broken.
Are they gonna res the tattoo? Because you might as well.
Yeah, it's a free res. Install has fired. I don't know if res is firing. Couldn't quite tell how many credits fired, but this is so many credits lost for the runner now, and I think you're pretty happy. You're both in the bin. Oh, but we have the Proprial Negation counter, so we can force the re-encounter, but we are not doing it. Let them flip archives.
Oh, I think we're getting a judge call.
Ooh.
No, maybe.
I
No.
don't think I could have resisted preparing that one. Forcing that microweb fire into it's just 2 net damage and end the run, but come on.
Well, the corp is moneying back up. I'm surprised they didn't, or maybe the runner broke it. But yeah.
Creative Commission as a way for the runner to get back in the money is not a common thing we see in Muesli Hat, based it not being a trigger from the draw, but really useful here for just very, very cheap.
Yeah, we've got 2
bounce
creative
back.
commissions in this deck. So the runner very smartly recognizing this is a hole in the deck. If they lock down on the centrals, as they have done here, there's a possibility that there's just no money dripping in.
Yeah, and like this microweb Rabs has gone from incredibly impactful to there's been bounce back. The runner is now in a pretty happy spot, whereas Sleeper still low on credits and is going to be stuck clicking 4 credits for the foreseeable. There's no way you can stick a Charlotte here, and not being able to get that Charlotte down and ticking over is really hard for RH to deal with.
So it's going to be an interesting one. A 4 shot.
We are playing transfer.
Okay.
We can get past Lion's Mane for fairly cheap, but 4 credits to res. If that's a tattoo, that's a pretty solid installation from transfer. So this is now the time to run transfer. No res, so we're just taking Sleeper down.
Oh, that's basically the next turn gone as well.
Yeah, that is really rough. Yep, using gun, so the revolver is fully used up. So this res,
Well,
this
not yet.
run,
You can still throw the gun.
you can still throw the gun, but this run cost Ruben absolutely no credits. No real credits anyway. Chester credits aren't real.
Yeah.
They're fake.
Well, they're even better than not real. They're charging your twinning.
Yeah, it means I can... we are preparing into the microweb now to void the transfer. This is very good use of proprietary counter.
We're reading microweb again.
Yep. And this is a run event, which means it's a lot cheaper to break with Sankantial, but it's still going to cost you a couple of credits to break all the subroutines you want to.
It is a run event. Yep.
So it is only 2 credits to boost here. And then 1 for each sub you want to break. We're probably going to allow an install, maybe even the res. I can see that. Spending 5 credits, so breaking 3 subs, and getting an install from archives.
We're just stacking our R&D.
Just stack them up. This does, however, take a face down out of archives from RH.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we can get another one
Yeah.
in there by then.
Oh, looks like
Okay.
we are also running the res fire, so I expect a tattoo maybe? Oh, no
No.
res fire. Yeah, that is a nice use of a riot counter. That saved you from the hell of clicking back up for credits in a deck that can't get back from low credits easily.
It would be absolutely crushing because if you can get to 5, you can probably hand save, which I'm assuming they're running. But yeah, going down to 1 would be so
And
painful there.
Also cost the runner a revolver and a lot of money to actually not die to microweb there. That is a really solid play, and now both players are just back in the dirt. I'm clicking for a credit finally.
Okay. So the runner's discard pile is pretty stacked at the minute. I'm wondering how much
Yeah,
of
there doesn't look like there's that many cards left in the deck.
and then those bites kind of come back online.
Oh, and Fencer has gone. That is very sad to see. Some people just, I don't know.
That's gone. What we're playing Cultivate.
Ooh.
Digging deep, looking for answers.
Cultivate is an excellent RH card. It gets you a face down into archives to trigger that ID text, and it just protects R&D, which is kind of what you want here with such a fragile R&D where you're on low credits.
Yeah, completely agree, Jolin.
There is a proprio negation in there, so
This is a very scrappy
does
game at this
mean-
point.
any kind of run now on R&D, you're going to see that regardless of which order these cards get put in. Reordered R&D, that was a very quick Cultivate. I do wonder if we'll see some kind of asset jams at some point, or if it's just going to be credit, click, click, click. The runner is on very low credit totals, so it's going to struggle to actually get through either Kurapira past Lion's Mane. In Store Advance, this does feel like a Charlotte play.
Well, it could be, but it could also be. So the Corp is running 1 copy of Seamless Launch.
Ooh,
This could be a
very sneaky Fuji. This is the turn the runner's probably going to take a turn off, and this looks so much like a Charlotte. If this is a Fuji, this is an excellent little bluff.
Yeah, this is wonderful.
We do see an overclock in hand, so I think you could comfortably contest this server.
You could, but the question is, do you clock that's a Fuji?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just one Seamless. So you won't have seen it anywhere else. Because the runner hasn't done a lot of expiration on hand.
Exactly. And this is another miss on Muesli Hat's ID, which is, yep, are we playing the overclock on R&D?
We're overclocking R&D, okay.
So we're hoping to bounce the advanced card, I expect. Probably going to see the Tattoo Bowler Raz, which you're very happy about.
Yeah, that's very possibly true.
Get you some extra credits, which are useful. And this will see a Proprio Negation, so we are going to get a Hermes bounce. Resing Tattoo, which I assume we have the swap, otherwise there's not much point doing this. Yep, there's the swap.
Puts the Corp in the money.
Back in the money, 6 credits now. That's enough to threaten some fairly scary ice. Paying off Overclock to break the Knowledge Seeker, so again, only 1 real credit spent on this run. And given we know there's a Proprio here, that's going to be pretty decent.
Yeah, this is going to definitely start and turn the
Resing Charlotte because we know there's going to be a bounce. So the first card.
No,
Second.
no.
Oh, that is the...
Let Them Dream.
Oh, Let Them Dream and Proprio.
Oh no, because
Wait.
you can move the Proprio now. Because when the runner steals Let Them Dream, is that how it works?
No.
Let's have a
I
look.
think it's only on score.
Let's have a look. When he scores his general, excuse me.
Yep. And stealing a Proprio as well. That is 3 points in 1
3
run and 2
points.
Hermes bounces. That is huge. And seeing that off Cultivate and then seeing the R&D run is brutal.
Now the million credit question: does the runner still have that reprise?
Or I can see it in hand. Hermes bouncing the remote ice. Are we just going to reprise that remote Lion's Mane?
This is going to completely disintegrate the Corp if this reprise comes
You
in.
have to play this, surely. love a good reprise play.
At least it's not bouncing a snake.
Mhm.
Could also get the microwave, but you probably wouldn't.
We are clicking to draw.
Fair. I mean, I guess you can play the reprise last click.
But on 3 points, there aren't going to be many opportunities to play another reprise. There it
There it
is. What are we reprising? Yep, it's
Yep.
the Lion's Mane. We're killing the Charlotte.
Yep. Oh, that's so painful.
Very nice.
That's a complete disintegration
There
of
is
the court
just-
position.
Yeah, that one turn has just annihilated everything the corp has on the board. There's no remote. There is no ice protecting HQ anymore that's relevant. Ruben also on a low credit total, but you don't need credits on this board state.
Yeah.
There is, of course, potentially a threat of measured response, which some RHs are running, but I'm not sure if this one is.
Don't think it is. Let's have a quick look at the list. Yeah, I'm not seeing any measured responses in this list. They opted for Bran instead.
For Bran. Bran's a good ice. Very good ice that Muesli Hat does not want to deal with. It does feel like a Bran is what you want right now. Is the ice that actually is the most taxing you could have. Similarly to Botto, but you can't quite afford it.
Yeah, so the Corp, reluctantly, but having to rebuild their entire remote.
And also running HQ because there is at least one transfer floating
Yeah,
about.
that's still a threat, and the Corp is low enough that that would actually leave quite a dent.
You see that Sison Tan in hand, which is probably not doing anything with Carmen on the table, but you never know. It can
It's-
pick you up a win turn one if you're lucky.
It's 3 credits, question mark? Oof, okay, so how are we doing for time?
Time is coming close.
7 minutes
left.
Corp's still technically ahead.
But this does feel like a very runner-favoured board state right now.
I think so. Because the runner can realistically get into most places. Although they are going to start running out of gas soon.
I think this could just be a matter of wait for the corp to, it's going to be a while before the corp can plausibly push anything. Playing Carpe Diem. Are we
R&D?
running?
I don't know if you take R&D.
With 10 credits, you probably don't. Not when you have 4. I think there's too much chance of something nasty happening. Yeah, we are not running.
I'm taking the money, obviously. I think the runner can, to a certain extent, kick back and play control here.
Yeah.
I think they've got the time.
They really do have that time, and with the twinning ticking up, you only need to make 1 or 2 runs, and that can pay dividends.
Huge.
Especially given how slowly it will be before RH can... Yep, here's
Yes.
transfer.
Another transfer.
Is this going to be a tattoo? We know there's one in hand. No res. Yeah. Presumably something expensive, and we can't afford to res that and take the transfer. Oh no, it is a
Yeah,
tattoo. There we go. Do we have a swap? Is that no tattoo swap? Nope, that's a tattoo swap.
Yeah.
There we go. Phew.
Good. Okay, so it's not quite as punishing, but
Yeah, you have basically just somewhat... Transfer of Wealth has now lost you 1 credit effectively.
yeah, it's not the end of the world.
I do think we're probably going to sweep HQ here, which could honestly be a significant amount of points in hand.
Yeah. So if the runner sees a Fuji off
Yep,
this.
we are seeing 3 cards. This could be game. There's a Proprio.
Oh,
So we have 5 points. 1 more agenda
but there's
that
a
isn't
ba-
a Let Them Dream.
there's a bounce though.
Yep, we have a bounce. There are no more 2-pointers in the deck, I believe. It's just Let Them Dreams. So it's just Fuji's we're looking for.
Oh, it's a bite!
You love to see it.
So if there's a second bite in hand,
If there is a second bite in hand, that could just kill. Losing Mystic, Clean Getaway, and Carpe Diem. All cards I don't think you care about losing.
yeah, trashing the bite.
Trashing the bite.
Correct,
Right.
correct.
Yep, you should do that. Seamless
Seamless
launch.
launch.
Okay. Oh, if that had been second bite.
Okay. Corp went down a fair bit after that.
Now in a really, really
Runner is
spotty-
double tag, but I don't think there's any tag punishment in the Corp deck.
Yep. I mean, tag punishment is trashing twinning.
I mean, yes, that's true.
I do think they have cleared the tags, right? It
think-
looks like there's no tags left. I don't see any on the board,
Yeah,
so I think we're
it
good.
should be double tagged. I hope they've remembered.
With the second... Oh, right, from bite, yeah. No, clear both last 2 clicks was clearing tags.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And then
Because
just,
you do not want to lose this twinning. That's how you stop this game dragging on too long.
we have rebuilt the remote, although on 6 credits there's not much we can afford to res other than the tattoos that we know are in hand. Honestly, I would not be surprised to see table bite here. That's what I would do.
Table bite would be pretty gross, especially if they like pinhold it.
And of course, once you've hit 1 bite, you kind of assume, well, there's no more bites than that. No one's putting more than 1 bite in a Glacier deck. Melius is gone. We don't need that anymore.
Okay, we're
Just
running.
going for R&D. Just going to say, I'm going to win the game. And I think there's solid chances we do win here. We know 1 Fuji's on the bottom, so R&D can't be very dense with most of these agendas gone.
It is only a 40-card deck, though.
Yeah. So we're probably on 2 Fuji's and 1 Let Them Dream left in R&D, not including the Fuji on the bottom. So actually odds of hitting are fairly low, and if you hit the Let Them Dream, that means literally nothing.
No res.
Breaking Knowledge Seeker, and I believe this is the time Knowledge Seeker is going to purge and de-res itself. And on this credit total, that is making R&D very vulnerable.
access.
What do we see?
1, 2.
Still nothing. Trashing maybe a Charlotte there? Or... Oh, Mitra Man.
3.
Looks like a Spin Doctor.
I think you... Can you let them have the spin?
I think you let them have the Spin Doctor and hope they do use it, because it puts the Fuji back in the deck.
Yeah, this is true.
Oof, this is a tricky spot.
It's turning slowly.
Running remote because we can't afford to let the seamless Fuji line play out.
There's no seamless. There's
There's
only one seamless. I mean, the runner doesn't know that.
The runner doesn't know that. Resing Tattoo, but it looks like maybe we don't have a swap available. We must have a swap available. Yeah, there we go.
I think
that Armadillo has gone so many credits. It's the same one all game.
Lion's Mane.
Second Lion's Mane. Well, third Lion's Mane, but we're back to the...
breaking...
The corp has finally gone back to the board state it was on several turns ago.
What is that?
That is a Costa Grid.
Oh, yeah.
Leaving that, yep, you don't have the money to trash it.
Yep.
But corp now on 2 credits. I think this is going to be a click for credits turn. Just drawing another tattoo. Draw. Install res spin.
That does bring the Fuji back online.
Install
Advance. Interesting. I mean that is definitely
that is bait.
A Charlotte.
Yep, you can't put anything like that of a Charlotte, which would eventually I'd be very, very pleased to see that be a Fuji based on the fact that that's a Charlotte. I can afford to break Lion's Mane for a Charlotte, but on this board state you have to kill Charlotte. Sleeper's on 2 credits. You can't afford to let Charlotte stick.
Yeah, 100%.
Running Spin Doctor.
Okay.
Popping Spin Doctor, so we are now making R&D vulnerable from that other Fuji.
Yep, there's a strong possibility that...
There are more agendas in archives as well.
I don't think so.
I would be surprised as well, given we've only seen a spin now.
Yeah.
But we're getting an Analytic Void back, which is definitely a win condition for Sleeper. And a face down.
So I suspect, yep, she'll gamble.
I did see a Hansey review in hand, so if this is a Charlotte, and even if it gets contested, we're going to be back in money.
Yep, we're running R&D. We're just going to try and win the game.
I think it's very likely we do win here.
And time is going to be called in a minute. So we're seeing 1.
It's a Let Them Dream.
Let Them Dream.
We're going to bounce the unres Charlotte, so it is going back. We don't have the credits to pay by. That's the void you just shuffled back. That hurts.
Oof.
We only saw 2 cards there off twinning.
That is so painful for the runner. Oh, it's a shame you didn't res that Charlotte. That would have gotten you back in the game. And I think that's a concession.
Yep. From time, I believe.
Ah, well, what a game to end on. Let me just bring us back up on this screen.
Oof, that was a hell of a game.
Yeah. No, I was very convinced that it was a lockout. The Corp had it. They were going to absolutely prevent the runner from gaining any money, and then just slowly. Then they got the prop, and then they got the Let Them Dream. I'm like, okay, the Fuji advance is coming.
I think it just comes down to they could not get a Charlotte to stick.
They couldn't.
Without that Charlotte, there were so many
They
times
didn't see
clicking for
Charlotte until
credits.
so late, and that was so painful to watch.
And
'Cause
then the reprise.
oh, the reprise, that was
The Proprio
crushing.
Let Them Dream, 2 Hermes bounces, reprise was utterly brutal. I think since then, recovery was just so hard.
It just wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. The core, I think the core Fort Valley, both players playing absolutely
was a
top tier
really
games. I was
close game.
so proud of both of them. So yes, that is
today.
That is today. 9 rounds,
9 rounds.
and we have felt those nine rounds.
It has been a day.
It has been it's been a long day for the players. Everyone's tired.
Yep.
Everyone's heading to the bar, which is still open. And everyone there's gonna be everyone keeping an eye on tomorrow, whether they're playing,
Yeah.
whether they're spectating, whether
Considering
whether
IDing.
they're viewing from home. We are going to so we are. So that's us done for today.
Yep.
We'll be back online tomorrow at, I want to say...
About 9:30
Yeah.
UTC.
Half-
Around then, there'll be a stream notification. We'll figure it out. For
9:30 for the final round.
Yep.
And then we go straight into the top 16. So from all of us here today, I've been Extract,
I have been Komodo. This has been Beerwack.
and we'll see you tomorrow.